Yes, Alder, we can hear you. The hour of 6:35 having come, we will call the meeting to order. So I'll call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, March 5th, 2024, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Conklin. Present. Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry. Here. President Curry is present. Alder Duncan. Here. Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Here. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Here. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Yeager. Here. Alder Yeager is present. Alder Harrington McKenney. Alder Harrington McKenney is present. Alder Knox is excused. Alder Latimer Burris. Oh, wait. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Present. Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Miadze. Alder Miadze is present. Alder Rummel. Present. Alder Rummel is present. Alder Tischler. Tischler, sorry. Alder Revere. Here. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitiver. Here. Alder Vitiver is present. Alder O'Helia. Here. Alder O'Helia is present. Alder Bennett, we're waiting on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 16. So I believe we have a quorum.
Thank you. And Alder Tischler, you're muted if you're trying to respond here. Right, we'll note Alder Tischler when he arrives. Just to start, I think we all anticipate potentially a long meeting, certainly some weighty discussion on a number of different items tonight, and so I will ask, as I usually do, that we approach the business of the city with respect and kindness for each other, staying grounded in our values, and remembering that we are really doing the best that we can, and trying in our ways, from our points of view, to do the best thing for the city. So again, would just ask that folks approach tonight's discussions with kindness and respect, and refrain from using profanity, whether you're a member of the council, on staff, or here as a member of the public. We do have several presentations and some honoring resolutions tonight. Our first item is Legistar 82328, a presentation on the Nature Everywhere program. So I'll invite our guests to come up and choose your podium, and we will get their presentation up on the screen in just a moment.
Can you all hear me? Good.
Thank you.
You so much for giving us a little bit of your time and what looks like a very busy agenda for the evening. My name is Betsy Parker. I'm the Executive Director at the Aldo Leopold Nature Center, and I'm here with my colleagues Tanya Zastro from City Parks and Obert Gardens, and Justin Swingen from Public Health, Madison and Dane County. Also part of our cohort is Alder Miadze, District 18. And another guest, a friend of ours who can't be here, from the Madison School District. Her name is Ashley Pletzer, and she is the coordinator of wellness and physical education at the school district. All right, so we're here to talk about Nature Everywhere initiative, which is a part of a nationwide agenda to better connect children with the benefits of spending time in nature. Tanya will introduce you a little bit more to who our national partners and cohort are in a moment, but very briefly, this is what we'd like to cover this evening. Yeah, sorry, next slide. Why connecting to nature is important, why the Nature Everywhere initiative and what it's all about, what work has already been done toward our goals, and what you and the rest of the city can do to get involved. Next slide. First, why a connection to nature is important. Did you know that children today spend about the equivalent of a full-time job in front of screens? And that means that leaves about 10 minutes statistically in their day for free time outdoor play. And adults are not immune to these statistics as well. So, next slide, please. Why is this important? Well, as fellow Madisonians, you already probably know that there is a building body of research that supports the importance of spending time in nature. It is good for children's health and well-being. It is also helps build healthy social and emotional skill sets. It improves academic outcomes through critical thinking and attention span. And some of these statistics were already sent to you as a part of the agenda. But importantly, it also creates a future generation of people who care about the earth. And while Madison does score well in nature-based metrics, our ranking with the Trust for Public Lands, for example, is 13th in the nation, equitable access remains an issue. And that's why we're here today and why what this initiative is designed to address.
All right. Tanya, again, from Madison Parks, Ulrich Gardens, and I am, next one? All right. So we're really excited for this initiative. It's with the National League of Cities, Children in Nature Network, and Kaboom. So we're a part of this national initiative to create nature everywhere. Next slide. Their goal is to create 100 communities by 2025 that are focusing on equitable access for children wherever they play, grow, and learn. Madison is one of the first 19 cities, so we're really excited to be one of the first 19, and it's building off of cities connecting children to nature, which Justin will highlight a little bit more. Next slide. So we have a 2-year roadmap. Here it is. I'm sure you can read all the details, but it's fun. It's a lot of, we're building off the work we did previously. We meet monthly with our technical advisors. We have funding coming through. We're coming with funding from the National League of Cities and Children in Nature Network. And part of this also, we're going to have an Aspire internship this year with Nature Everywhere. So if you know any good candidates, send them our way. Next slide. And we're going to turn it over to Justin to learn more about how we're building on the work we previously did.
Good evening, everyone. As Tanya mentioned, we're not starting from zero. In addition to the wonderful natural amenities we have here in the city of Madison and the many community-based organizations and other partners that work to connect folks to nature, Madison also had the privilege of being part of the city's Connecting Children to Nature initiative. We were one of the initial pilot cities back in 2016. And again, this was kind of a national effort to explore what can city governments do in partnership with community-based organizations to increase equitable access to nature within the city environment. So I won't, in a matter of time, go into too many details, but we've been collaborating and convening a group of stakeholders and partners in this work since 2016. And we highlight this really to show that we're going to be, we have jumping off from some existing collaborative infrastructure, some of the successes we've had with our previous work, and some of the lessons learned for us to launch into this new opportunity. Next slide, please. And speaking of new opportunities, another exciting thing that is coming forth to Madison is we will be hosting the 2024 International Nature Everywhere Conference in May of this year, May 28 through 31. So this brings experts, advocates, influencers from around the world to our city of Madison to collectively discuss how to increase equitable access to nature in our community. So a wonderful opportunity for our city and wonderful opportunity for folks to come and enjoy our city. Next slide, please. And for the first time ever, conference organizers are going to be hosting a Nature Everywhere Day. So this will be June 1st, so the Saturday following the conference. This is really a way to bring the energy and the excitement from the conference out into the community. So this will be kind of a day event headquartered alongside the farmers market, but really different activities that will be happening throughout the community to bring our residents and community members into spaces to enjoy nature. So a wonderful opportunity. We're really excited about that. Conference organizers are working closely with local folks to help plan both that day and the conference as well. We're hoping to put some language in front of you at a forthcoming meeting, a proclamation where you all will have an opportunity to help show your support for June 1st being Nature Everywhere Day here in Madison. Next slide, please. So here's some contact information. We'd like to hear from you all, things that are happening in your districts, challenges, opportunities that may exist, programs, partnerships that are happening, working in this area of increasing equitable access to nature. We'd love to collaborate with folks and to kind of have the impact be as broad as possible, but really with that focus on equity. So please reach out to us. That is the email address. Happy to meet with you all and discuss what this could look like further. QR code will bring you to our City of Madison Nature Everywhere website, where there's some information on there now, and we'll be updating that information as we progress through our Nature Everywhere program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for the presenters? If not, thank you all very much. Really appreciate your efforts, and I'm looking forward to both the conference and Nature Everywhere Day.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you all.
Appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to honoring resolutions. I'll note that we do not have anyone here to accept these honoring resolutions tonight, so we will dispense with reading them. I will read the titles, though, just for the record. So item 2 is Legistar 82221, celebrating March 8th, 2024 as International Women's Day in the City of Madison. President Curry, a motion?
Move to adopt.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. Is there discussion? Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And item 3 is Legistar 82273, proclaiming April 28th, 2024 as World Migratory Bird Day 2024 in the City of Madison. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 3. Item 4 is Legistar 82279, commemorating the 54th anniversary of Earth Day on April 22nd, 2024, and to proclaim April 20th, 2024 as Earth Day Challenge Day, and to endorse and encourage citizen resident participation in the cleanup events at City of Madison parks. President Curry, a motion.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 4. Is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor of item 4. That brings us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals by members of the body tonight? Alder Vitiver.
Item 97, I am an employee of the Wisconsin Department of Health Services. It will not affect my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. On items 97 and 98, I'm an employee of UW-Madison, which will not affect my vote on either.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Duncan.
Item 61, my employer has a business relationship with Golden Vibes Counseling, but it will not affect my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Curry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except one, items which have registrants wishing to speak.
I'm sorry, President Curry, can you pause just a minute? I'm being told that people on Zoom can't hear the audio, so if our tech folks could take a look at that, please. Go ahead, President Curry.
The recommended action listed for each item on the agenda included public hearings except one, items which have registrants wishing to speak, two, items which alders have separated out for discussion debate purposes. Agenda items that are supermajority. Note, supermajority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Agenda item number 22, legislative file 82212, reaffirming the City of Madison's commitment to supporting pollinator health and authorizing the City of Madison to take the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. 14 votes are required. Agenda item number 62, legislative file number 81915, a resolution amending the Metro Transit operating budget to provide additional contracted services for regional partners. 15 votes are required. Agenda item number 67, legislative file number 81949, amending the 2024 bicycle and pedestrian capital budget to increase federal grant budget authority for the Westtown Path Phase 3 project. 15 votes required. Agenda item number 71, legislative file number 81979, substitute, amending the 2024 major streets and bicycle and pedestrian capital budgets to transfer existing budget authority between various major projects and program budgets. 15 votes are required. Agenda item number 73, legislative file number 81986, amending the 2024 MPD operating budget and authorizing the chief of police to enter into a cost reimbursement agreement annually with the ATF for overtime costs associated with participation in a task force aimed at preventing and deterring gun violence. 15 votes required. Agenda item number 75, legislative file number 82122, approving a certified survey map of property owned by the city located at 1902 Bartillon Drive. 14 votes required. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. Agenda number 59, legislative file number 81911, amending section 33.13, subset 1 of the MGO related to composition of the Common Council Executive Committee to modify the appointment process. This is being re-referred to the Common Council Executive Committee and Common Council meetings of March 19th. Agenda items excluded by either request of alders or speakers registered by 6:30 on March 5th. Agenda item number 7, legislative file number 82316, Committee of the Whole meeting related to the 2025 budget outlook and addressing the structural deficit. Speakers are registered. Agenda item number 12, legislative file number 82078, approving plans, specifications, and schedule of assessments for Knutson Drive and Green Avenue Assessment District in District 18. Speakers are registered. Agenda item number 13, legislative file number 82080, approving plans, specifications, and schedule of assessment for Rutledge Street Reconstruction Assessment District. Speakers are registered. Agenda item 14, legislative file number 82090, approving plans, specifications, and schedule of assessment for West Washington Avenue and South Henry Street resurfacing. Speakers registered. Agenda item number 15, legislative file number 81963, substitute, amending Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinance to clarify various underground and site parking requirements. Speakers registered. Agenda item number 19, legislative file number 81581, change of license conditions for McTaggart's doing business as McTaggart's Market and Deli for Class A liquor license, request to change conditions to allow for sales of intoxicating liquor. Speakers registered. Agenda item number 54, legislative file number 82101, awarding public works contract for Well 15 PFAS treatment facility. Speakers registered. Agenda item number 68, legislative file number 81957, authorization for the Directors of Human Resources and Finance to administratively approve changes to positions within the annual approved operating budget as allowed with the adoption of the newly revised City of Madison personnel rules. Requested for exclusion by Alder Verveer. And agenda item number 69, legislative file number 81961, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the third amendment to use agreement for the Warner Park Stadium with Madison Mallards LLC and Northwoods League to expand the use of the ballpark at Warner Park for women's college summer softball and make certain capital improvements for the years of 2024 and 2025. Speakers registered. Items introduced from the floor, legislative file number 82283, authorizing the negotiation and execution of a purchase and sale agreement between the city and VH Acquisition for the city's acquisition of multiple parcels of land near the intersections of Marty Road, Midtown Road, Raymond Road, and amending the adopted 2024 engineering major streets and 2024 stormwater utility capital budgets. Introduced by Alder Duncan, to be referred to the Finance Committee meeting of March 11th, Board of Public Works meeting of March 6th, Plan Commission meeting of March 11th, Board of Park Commissioners meeting of March 13th, and returning to the Common Council at its March 19th meeting. Legislative file number 82371, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a development agreement and authorizing a funding appropriation to the 2024 capital budget to fund a $1.7 million TIF loan to East Washington Apartments, LLC, to construct approximately 192 units of affordable housing and approximately 139 parking stalls located at 808 Melvin Court in the 3100 block of East Washington Avenue in Tax Incremental District 52. Introduced by Alder Latimer Burris, to be referred to the Finance Committee meeting of March 11th and return to Common Council at its March 19th meeting. And legislative file number 82372, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute an employment agreement between the city of Madison and Mandy Scamardo, Monona Terrace Sales Associate. Introduced by Alder Revere, to be referred to the Common Council meeting of March 19th.
All right, thank you, Alder. Are there additional items that alders would like excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. Alder Bennett is requesting to be made a panelist.
She's been promoted. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 34, 81826.
Item number 34. Thank you, Alder. Any additional items to be excluded? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 62, legislative file number 81915, just for clarification.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional items alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Latimer Burris, another?
I'm sorry, I didn't say it the first time around, and this is just for clarification. Item number 15, 81963, please.
Alder, number 15 is excluded.
Oh, it's already excluded? Okay, I missed that.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional items for exclusion? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you. Item number 68, legislative file number 81957, just for clarification.
Alder's item 68 has been excluded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional items? All right, seeing none, let's go back over that quickly. The following are supermajority items. So items 22 and 75 require 14 votes. Items 62, 67, 71, and 73 require 15 votes. Item 59 will be referred. The following items will be excluded from the consent agenda. 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 34, 54, 62, 68, and 69. Again. Following items will be excluded from the consent agenda. 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 34, 54, 62, 68, and 69. Okay? And then we have a number of items from the floor. We also, I should note, are going to take up item 6. So technically, we need to exclude that. And item 7 has been excluded. And I am intending to ask for permission from the body to take up public comment before item 6, so that we can both have public comment on item 6 and not make the public wait until after item 7. Are there any additional items for exclusion? Alder Tischler?
Yeah, I just want to let people know that I actually am here. There was no audio or video for a while.
Thank you, Alder. We apologize for the problem and appreciate our tech folks fixing it. All right, seeing nothing else, then President Curry, a motion on the consent agenda.
Move to adopt.
Moved in second to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda. And we will, without objection, go to public comment. Seeing no objection, then Alder Bennett?
I'd like to make a motion.
On what, Alder?
I would like to move to refer the agenda items that do not currently have speakers registered to the following meeting.
Not sure.
I think I caught 15, 34, 62, and 68.
Alder, could we get through public comment first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. All right, so on to public comment. The first item that we have public comment on is item 7, which is the Committee of the Whole meeting related to the 2025 budget outlook and addressing the structural deficit. On item 7, first registrant is Josh Olson of District 20, to be followed by Dan Rolfs, to be followed by Tom Deshant. Do we have Josh? I do not see Josh online or in the room. So then Dan Rolfs of District 15, representing MIPSI, to be followed by Tom Deshant, to be followed by Stephanie Franklin. Dan?
Thank you, Mayor. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Dan Rolfs. I'm the president of the Madison Professional and Supervisory Employee Association. We represent members of compensation groups 18, 43, and 44. I am a 30-year resident of the city. I am a 20-year employee of the city, and I've been a homeowner for almost 20 years as well, so I'm elderly, as you can see. I appreciate you taking the time. I don't envy the challenge that you have in front of you. It's not small at all. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition of General Municipal Employees, including Local 6000, Local 236, and Madison City Attorneys Association, to talk about the budget challenges that you face and to advocate on behalf of a referendum to close the budget gap and invest back into our city. Long and the short of it is the system here is rigged against us. You've heard from Finance Director Schmiedeke, you'll hear from folks from the Policy Forum, you'll hear again and again that the system is rigged. If your costs go up 3% a year and your revenue goes up 1.5, 1.6% a year, sooner or later, you run out of money. That's just the way that it is. This was set up to strangle local government. Grover Norquist would love all of these things. He could take government and drown it in a bathtub. That's the system that we're playing in. You know, it's a rigged game. It's not something that any of us want to be, and I would urge everyone to remember that as we go through this process, because quite frankly, we shouldn't have to be here, but here we are. We're a growing city. We continue to deliver high levels of services, and to do that, we have to recruit and retain quality staff. We add 2,500 to 3,000 new people every year. One sort of thing that stuck out in my head is amongst our group, one of the coalition members talked about just the number of new trash pickups they have every year at the west side is 130 new homes where they have to pick up trash. That's just trash. That's not plowing streets. That's not libraries or community centers or any of those other things. And that's just in that little spot on the west side. We continue to grow, mercifully. That's a great thing that we continue to grow, but it means that we always have more needs coming. We can argue about
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds, wow. I want to advocate on behalf of a full referendum to cover the $27 million. This is a big challenge, but I will say this. Even if the system is rigged, if we work together, if we go out and talk to the community, if we talk about reinvesting back into our community, into the positive things that we can do, I know that we can make a case to folks out there that this is something that will protect their homes, protect their property values, protect the community and the values
And that's time.
that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tom Deschamps of District 13, to be followed by Stephanie Franklin, to be followed by Brian Standing.
I'm here on behalf of the Madison Senior Center Foundation. I'm its current president. And I just wanted to establish some, I guess, guidelines, if you will, about foundations like ours and their role vis-a-vis city services. We were established maybe 2 decades ago with a clear purpose of supporting programming at the Madison Senior Center. We are a small, staffless foundation with a very small principal. What we kick off each year is a very small amount that supports extra programming, sometimes a few equipment purchases. But by and large, we do not support staff and cannot. We are still recovering from the losses from the pandemic, and it is a clear policy of our board to preserve our principal and only spend our interest, which is very, very modest every year. So also, as you're aware, the Community Development Division has been looking at services, maybe being able to retarget what the Senior Center is doing. We could play a key role in that if we can preserve our resources. So I just want to let you know the role of the Senior Center Foundation and hope that you'll help us preserve what we do to help the Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, neither Stephanie nor Brian have signed up to speak. So I'll call one more time if we have Josh Olson from District 20. If not, those are our registrants on item 7. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 7? Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify some numbers with Dan. I was writing, but you went so quickly, or I just listened very slow. But it was the number of people each year, added each year.
Between 2,500 and 3,000 new residents adding every year. That's just applying a 1% growth rate that it appears that we have done over the last 10 years. Planning staff could probably give you something that's a little more dialed in, but that's roughly what it is. We're adding, if you do sort of a rough math, we essentially add Sun Prairie every decade. Not quite, but close.
And then the number of new homes for picking up trash?
I think the number they had was 130 every single year, and that's just in that west side area. So that's not to say the other parts of the city.
Yep.
The other.
This is just a west side number.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I did want to ask for more time for Dan, but it seems like you finished up, or
I could go for another 30 minutes, but that's probably not.
I'm okay with
That's
that.
probably not what you're looking for.
But I just wanted to make sure you have finished your thought if there was more numbers in your thoughts.
I get my old man glasses out here.
I have readers too, since I'm 45 now.
I have so many pairs. From a numbers perspective, that's probably the biggest thing. The only other number that I would throw at you is the number of employees at the city. Finance Director Schmiedeke has talked about if the budget deficit is solved with simply cuts, that's 270 employees. That's real people. That's folks with middle-class, decent jobs. I'm not unsympathetic. None of us are unsympathetic to the fact that this is a burden on taxpayers. But slashing jobs is, now you've got folks that don't have a way to put food on the table and a roof over their head. Again, like I said, the system is rigged. No matter what, this entire system is set up to pit us all against each other. It's not the way it should be, but that's the way that people wanted it to be. And I reiterate my point that if we work together, if we make the case for the things that we do and that we provide for the city, we can, I think, convince folks that live here that a reinvestment into the city is important. Saves folks jobs. You can see some of them here. There's 2,700 of us. I'm off by a little bit. But slashing jobs does not reinvest in our city. And quite frankly, it starts to degrade the quality of life that folks have here in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Stick around, Dan. We've got a couple other people in queue. Alder Latimer Burris, questions for Dan?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you testifying. Of course, none of us want to cut any employees. I want to ask, though, about the 2,500 to 3,000 people. Is that pretty typical as far as growth, Madison's growth?
Are you, just to make sure I'm understanding your question, you're asking, is that typical for the city to add that every year?
Yes, thank you.
As I understand it, yes. Again, the city planning staff could provide more sort of dialed-in numbers, but we've grown roughly 10% every decade. And if we're a city of 275-odd thousand people, that's between 2,500 and 3,000 people every year.
186 right now.
Okay.
286.
And so how long have you been with the city?
I'm working on my 20th year. You
Okay.
can see it in my face.
I do, and I talk to you.
Gray hairs.
And I talk to you on Zoom and whatnot, and
Yes.
and you have a lot of knowledge. So you're saying that in the last 20 years, the growth has been pretty steady, as far as you can see with your from a layman's point of view?
The growth has been steady, and I will say I know the numbers bear it out. You can look at just the census numbers bear out that the city grows. We're one of the fastest growing municipalities in the state from a percentage basis, and raw numbers wise, I think we're the top. I don't know just numbers wise, but there aren't a lot of places that compete with us in the state of Wisconsin as far as growth goes. Maybe some small municipalities with 10,000 or something like that can compete on a percentage basis, but raw numbers, it's difficult to compete with Madison. We're that big. We add, you can drive around and look at all the cranes and the construction. And that's part of what it makes this such a strange thing. People see the cranes, they see the construction. Shouldn't you have more revenue? Remember, the system is rigged. We can, because of levy limits that Finance Director Schmieding can talk about more eloquently than I can, we can't raise revenue to cover the increasing costs that we have every single year.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could just real quick, talk about staffing as far as a staff point of view. When you talk to staff, a lot of them will say we're understaffed already. We're already about 10% under. What are your thoughts around that?
I would say that's probably reasonable. In my 20 years, I have never had that's a lot. We've had one budget where it was not the end of the world. And that was only because we closed a bunch of TIF districts and had a windfall of cash. That was it. Every other year, because of levy limits, it's more and more difficult. So we've been asked as staff to do more with less. And we've been asked to do more with less. And we've been asked again and again and again to do more with less. When the Great Recession hit, staff took it on. When Act 10 hit, that hit staff. When COVID hit, that hit staff again. We forego raises, we forego all sorts of things, and we are asked to do more. There's 130 new trash cans out there coming next year that we're gonna have to hit. Now, we could go down that rabbit hole, but there's always more because there's more people. And that's a good thing. I would much rather have that than people fleeing this lovely place. But it's still something that we're asked to do more for everything. Libraries, community centers, trash pickup, brush pickup, street plowing, you name it, it's out there. Every single thing that every one of you has that got you into this place, there's a thing that drove you here, whether it's the homeless center or brush pickup or public safety, whatever it is, that thing is on the chopping block. It's not because I want it to be, it's not because you want it to be. That's the way the system is structured. That's the way that we're set up. So we've been asked to do more with less. We're reaching the point where we will do less with less.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, questions for Dan?
Thanks, Dan. Thank you, Dan. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get over the fact that I'm like the Wizard of Oz on the screen right now.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's a little weird. Anyway, please. I'm sorry.
So I'm just curious to know why it is your thoughts that right now is the best and opportune time to do a referendum for the full 27 million and not less than a 27 million another time.
Well, I will, how do I say this carefully? A referendum, should you choose to pursue that, will be this November. November, there will be high turnout. I won't go into the whys and the hows, but I assume that everybody can sort of put that together, why there will be high turnout at this November presidential election in the city of Madison, when last time turnout was 90%, I think. I don't know if it was something like 90%. Depends, okay. Roughly 90%. Progressive causes for public services tend to do better when there's higher turnout. That's the bottom line. If you want to take this to a referendum in the spring of 25 or the fall of 25, when there's really not a lot else going on, I mean, we've all seen, no disrespect, we've seen turnout in council and even mayoral elections that is pretty small. And if we're going to go to voters and make a case to reinvest into this city, reinvest into all of the things that we do, whether it's transit or libraries or community centers or public safety or on and on and on, I would say that your best bet is doing that when you're going to get a lot of folks who show up who are invested in and interested in those things. That's my back of the envelope political thoughts. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, question for Dan?
Yes, my question is that I understand that there was an email that was sent out to all alders. Someone said that, which I didn't see. So of your testimony tonight, is that in the form of a position that you can send to alders, or is that?
I personally have not sent an email to all alders. My comments here are in bullet points, and as you've probably seen, I sort of go off of that and vamp a little bit. But if you'd like, I can send that to you in an email and copy to your colleagues as well.
That would be helpful, because that way that will capture all the bullet points that you stated and will help us in terms of our determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel for Dan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for coming, Dan, and you've clearly thought deeply about this. And so I hear you say year one, let's go for the full tilt boogie referendum. Help us think about year two in the future when that rigged system hasn't gone away. What do you have thoughts about that, what we could do?
Certainly. So if you go for and are successful for a referendum to close that $27 million gap, I believe in just the Finance Director Schmiedeke's presentation, the estimate in out years is for smaller, more manageable gaps of $7 to $9 million every year, roughly. The first part is this buys you time. This buys you time because we've had those kinds of gaps in the past, and there's multiple options for fees. There are other things that could happen. The other thing that, and I would not count on this, but it's something that's possible. The state could have some, let's call it, sense of rational decision-making that could, I don't want to oversell it, but could provide some additional relief for the city. I wouldn't bet on that, but you have more possibility moving forward than you did in the previous 10 or 15 years. So it gets you some time to start thinking about next steps. Now, I think there's probably a few other ways to look at this. I've had a few sort of side conversations just literally tonight about other thoughts about how to approach this. But that would be the way that I would start thinking beyond that. The other thing that we'll need to do is we as staff will need to come forward with additional ways to deal with either revenue or consolidating services or coming up with ways to provide or to do more with less. I don't like that term, but that will be part of the challenge as well. But again, it's not just me, it's not just them, it's not just you, it's everybody. We as a community have to figure this out collectively because it'll be real easy to turn on each other. Like that's what I think some of the folks who designed this would love. Let's get in a big old brawl about this is more important, or we should cut that position, or this program is dumb, or why didn't we fund this? That's what they're looking for. And I don't think that that's constructive, doesn't solve the problem, and from a really small, petty part of me, it gives them satisfaction, and I'm not personally interested in doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Dan, can you remind me how many people do you represent?
Oh, I represent, MIPSI represents around 450 odd employees. And then our coalition partners represent another 450 plus 236 is another couple hundred. 235. So it's roughly all of us are around 1,200 people combined. Is that about that many people?
And last year, I learned a lot about this infrastructure or the structure that is in the system for that. So can you remind us, who do you represent from the city perspective?
Certainly. So MIPSI represents the members of compensation groups 18, 43, and 44. So,
Which are?
We are essentially the sort of white-collar line staff and, God forbid, middle management.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess one of the things that I learned during our discussions is like Metro has their own union and police, and they have collective bargain. So, and so does fire. And then also I learned that not all police. Can you just explain, just give us a picture of who do you represent on the city of Madison when we're talking about your organization?
Certainly. So, getting the Wayback Machine, after Act 10, and HR, please correct me if I'm wrong, there are only a few folks left in this, there are only a few associations left in the city who have collective bargaining rights. Sworn police officers, sworn fire staff, and Metro Transit operators, I believe is the title. Aaron's not looking at me. Essentially, it's Metro Transit driver. Everybody else had their ability to collectively bargain, if they had it, stripped away. So those three entities can still collectively bargain, which fair and good, that's good for them. But the folks who used to have it, especially 6,000, 236 and the MCAA, could no longer bargain. So we represent folks who do not have that ability anymore to bargain for wages. We have to come and talk to all of you and make the case about why it's important to have good, decent wages so that you can recruit and retain quality staff like this. Not like me, like those guys.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Very good.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions, so thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of our registrants on this item. We'll move on then. Next item we have public comment on is item 12, approving plans, specifications, and a schedule of assessments for Knutson Drive and Green Avenue Assessment District of 2024. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Tim Lovick of District 18. Do we have Tim either in the room or on the Zoom? Does not look like it. So we'll go on then to item 13, which is approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Rutledge Street Reconstruction Assessment District of 2024. On item 13, we have two registrants wishing to speak. Jennifer Walskog, one registrant wishing to speak. Jennifer Walskog of District 6. Do we have Jennifer in the room?
I'm on Zoom.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Walskog. Thanks for hearing little talk about it. I've lived on Rutledge Street since 1991, and I don't know, you might not know all the ins and outs of it, but Rutledge Street is up to be restructured, and we had just received a letter about what was going to go on, and it was the plan was chosen by the Board of Public Works recently, and I oppose their plan, which is to put two-sided parking on Rutledge Street. And it's between Division and the Yahara River. That's where they're going to have the two-sided parking. And what this does is it significantly narrows the street. And Rutledge Street right there is a very high volume traffic street with bikes, rollerbladers, runners, pedestrians, Amazon trucks, and kids riding their bikes to school, specifically to Marquette and O'Keefe. And that's in addition to very fast cars going down that street. And it's also a cut across street for drivers that are trying to avoid Atwood. So the two-sided parking will make it more narrow and I feel like unsafe for people. The other thing I want to have in the record is my opposition to the process by which the option was chosen by the Board of Public Works. I attended a very well done PowerPoint presentation in late December where they presented the overview of the project, and it did not include the option that they chose as an option for voting. So I felt like to add this different option with the two-sided parking, adding it later really undermined the transparency and genuine desire for neighborhood input. So I would request planning for the option of two-sided parking, which they label as 1C, to be stopped and two-sided parking to be excluded from future plans. And thank you for listening to my concerns, Common Council.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the registrant on item 13? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on then to item 14, which is approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for West Washington Avenue and South Henry Street Resurfacing Assessment District of 2024. On item 14, we have one registrant wishing to speak, Kathy Bowie of District 4. Do we have Kathy in the room or on the Zoom? Seeing none. Then on item 15, which is a substitute amending Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to clarify various underground and site parking requirements. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Alex Salutis of District 5. Do we have Alex? Go ahead, Alex. There you go.
My notes, I've got two different notes, two different things to talk about today. I just want to get the right one up here. Oh, that's Warner Park. Let me find parking just a second. Okay, parking. Good evening, and thank you. I urge you to vote no on this proposal. It just makes things worse. Makes parking ramps legal on the ground floor along the entire primary street and mixed-use buildings in LMX, NMX, and TSS districts. Did you know there's no requirement for any commercial space on the ground floor in NMX districts? Or that there's no minimum requirement for commercial space in a mixed-use building in an NMX zoning district? This proposal is a response to the Barnes decision. It's not a clarification. The judge said, you broke the law. Naughty, naughty. While structured parking is an important part of smart growth, it's not appropriate in all zoning districts. Many experts on the Zoning Code Rewrite Advisory Committee devoted hundreds of hours and over 22 meetings over 4 years to carefully craft the parking requirements tailored to the needs and purpose of each zoning district. Their work shouldn't be disregarded. In fact, 4 of the 7 mixed-use and commercial districts allow structured parking. These changes exacerbate the issues with the zoning code raised in the Barnes case, 3722 Speedway, and enables developments that will have a significant adverse impact on the walkability of our neighborhoods and their ability to serve the shopping needs of the surrounding area. Finally, this hasty solution developed behind closed doors reveals a troubling process for developing legislation that sidelines meaningful public input. In conclusion, I urge you to place this on file or refer it back to Plan Commission to hold special meetings or delegate this to a subcommittee to allow detailed scrutiny and public engagement, and to refer it to the Urban Design Commission for their input. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I have no other registrants on this item. Are there any questions? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah,
Al?
Is there a question?
yeah, so having spent like 8 hours this weekend talking to some businesses about their parking situation and how they've been affected, from your understanding of this, will this affect us citywide? And then my question is, in layman's term, so what? Why does it matter?
Well, think about those neat little groovy, the lower intensity zoning districts around the city. The first 3 on the chart of 7. TSS,
Alex, if you could speak into the microphone so the people on Zoom can hear you.
Think about those groovy little local shopping areas that make a neighborhood unique and allow people to walk to get their basic needs met. I'll use Speedway as an example. Every time I have to get in my car now to get a pint of cream, a newspaper, a 6-pack of beer, hot dogs, some buns. Every time I have to get in my car and drive somewhere, it's because of this. It's because the city illegally approved a development that basically is a mixed-use development with a token amount of commercial space that allowed literally an unlimited amount of housing in a mixed-use district. And so this just exacerbates it in these least intensive 3 zoning districts. You can now put a parking ramp, and that parking ramp, one, can take up the entire first floor. You can have an ATM on the second floor, which is your commercial space, and it's now a mixed-use building. And lose, you have to have a balance between new, housing and the shopping areas that serve the needs of the surrounding neighborhood. The primary goal of neighborhood mixed use, I'm most familiar with that, because that's the district where the Speedway project is. The primary goal is to serve the shopping needs of the surrounding neighborhood. And the other goals are secondary, ancillary to that. So you basically can now put a parking ramp almost anywhere in a commercial district, and a huge building. I mean, this is a 50,000 square foot building, which was never anticipated in that zoning district. If you go to the more intensive ones, it says a building over 40,000 square feet has to go to Urban Design Commission. And we begged Plan Commission, the Alder, staff, the City Council to refer this to Urban Design Commission so they could look at it and say, well, yeah, this is not a very walkable project, and all this parking is for the residents. The whole ramp, the entire first floor ramp is for the apartments. I'm all for housing. And I want people to be able to live in my neighborhood that may not be able to afford to buy. But the consequences of this, what this does, is the balance, it just whores up the neighborhood, so it's not desirable. I have to get in my car now to do a lot of stuff I never had to do before, and that really makes me mad. That's why I bought the house there. That's why I want to live there. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I just have one more question. Because it seems like you're following this, and I'll speak for myself, a lot of it, and I looked at the schedule, it's pretty tight. Came in, and then how it went down. Do you think that, from what you understand about it, and from your expertise in housing and zoning and all of that, do you think this issue has been properly vetted? So another way of asking you this is, why do we need more time on this? Why refer it to UDC? So what?
People have no idea that if you talk to the neighborhoods that are engaged in the developments, they have no idea this is even on the table. With the newspapers gone, and with staff developing policy rather than you developing policy and then asking staff for their input and to put it into words, policy like this is being written behind closed doors and in back rooms. It gets to the Plan Commission, boom. The public doesn't know it's being promulgated until it's on the agenda. It's rubber stamped. You know, the family thing was the same way. From the time that it first became public to the time it was approved, where it was maybe 4 or 5 weeks, and people, when they found out about it, came and speak. But by that time, the cake was baked. So when this was introduced to the Plan Commission, the cake was baked. And there are, Linda Leonard's memo outlined even more of the issues with this. When the Plan Commission discussed Speedway, one of the commissioners said, isn't there a requirement for a minimum amount of commercial space? And Heather Stouter said, no. There is no minimum requirement for commercial space in these zoning districts. And they're like, well, I guess we got to approve it. And we lost on that because it was ambiguous. You know, the judge, there were 3 or 4 questions which reasonable minds could disagree on given the same set of facts, and the judge was obligated to give deference to the city of the Plan Commission and the decision of the council in those situations. I see Mike, the attorney, giving me the eye here, like, I think the judge is obligated. Reasonable minds can disagree on the facts. He's got to support the city. We lost on those, but this parking thing was black and it was unambiguous. And so now we've got this huge but ugly, parking ramp, and we lost. The Quick Trip is the neighborhood bodega. I saw people walking by my house all the time, going back and forth there when I worked from home. And Quick Trip didn't want it because they have higher cash requirements that they need to generate. I know local operators, family businesses in the C-store sector that would have loved to do that.
I think we're straying a little far from the item at hand.
So I'm sorry.
Okay, and then when you're just talking about that Speedway and everything, I don't keep up with the news too much, but that's where that lawsuit just went through and the judge made a decision on it with the development?
Yes, I was a plaintiff in that matter.
Okay.
And it just, we told the city, this is against the law, in writing, before the Plan Commission voted, before the City Council voted. And it was approved. We filed suit 6 months later, after the suit was filed, and after the city did not contest
Again,
parking thing.
the lawsuit's not before us tonight, so if we could stick
Sorry. Yep.
to the item before us tonight.
Thanks.
Let him finish. I'm just wanted to look at the consequence. That's all. The only reason I wasn't wanting to go into the lawsuit, because we can read it online, just, you know.
I mean, I feel.
Is there
I
a
feel
question,
bad.
Alder?
So my original question to him was, I asked, was this case that you're talking about on Speedway the case where there was a lawsuit and then suddenly everybody's in the ground, people are doing development, everything's cut, and then the judge ruled to say it's illegal? That's what my question was.
So that's been asked and answered. Do you have additional
Yeah,
questions?
so the city, instead of doing the right thing, said, we'll just change the law and cover our tracks.
All right, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
Our next item with registrants wishing to speak is item 19, which is a change of license conditions for McTaggart's Incorporated on West Lake Lawn Place. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Richard Schober of District 17. Do we have Richard here? Come forward.
Hello. My name is Richard Schober. For the last 30 years, I've been the owner of McTaggart's Market and Deli, downtown campus. I'm here to ask for consideration of what's been referred by the ALRC to allow me to sell products that my customers are asking for. I'm a small little neighborhood store, so a lot of times people come in and they grab a six-pack and a sandwich and a bag of chips, and some of the products that have come to market that my current liquor license does not allow me to sell basically turns those customers away, and then they go elsewhere. So as a small business owner in Madison, in a one mom and pop kind of situation, I find it hard to compete with the Targets on State Street now. So I'm just asking for consideration to allow me to sell products that my customers are looking for that are not really any different than a six-pack of White Claw or a six-pack of Miller Lite. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the registrant on item 19? Alder Figueroa Cole?
Just a quick question. So this go to LRC?
Yes.
And what was the decision?
It was re-referred back, and then language was written that it basically allows up to 15% alcohol by volume, because I don't necessarily want to be a liquor store by any means. I have no desire to that, and the first time around, it was thought that that's what I wanted, and so then it was re-referred back, and there's been language that will restrict my liquor license to sell wine, cider, and then anything up to 15% alcohol by volume, which would eliminate free pour alcohol.
So did it pass with those conditions already?
Yeah, and I honestly, I don't know that I was needing to speak here tonight.
Okay, I was confused, like, okay. So
But
we
here
good.
I am.
I was going to Google, I was going to search for it, but I thank you for explaining. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Then we'll go to item 54, which is awarding a Public Works contract for well 15 PFAS treatment. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Steve Books of District 13.
Yes, hi, thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council, Common Council. Yes, hello, I'm Steve Books, I live in Bay Creek. Yes, as far as the new treatment system for the well, the filtering system for well 15, I'm for that. And with this new contract, it's for the PFAS chemicals. And Madison now is a community that has been impacted by PFAS. We have to admit that. And I've been trying to have the Dane County Board admit that, but that's been kind of a hard thing to pass along to them to admit that. So I hope you as a common council do admit that we are an impacted community with PFAS. And I'm glad we're doing this treatment. It's going to be cost beneficial to ratepayers, according to the water department. So I guess what I'm asking for tonight is to be aware of that and have ourselves processed how much PFAS we have ourselves. So I would ask, how many people have ever had a PFAS blood test to find out the levels of PFAS that you actually have? And this is an unknown number. So that's all I'm asking. If we need a database to check into this through our health system and somehow find a number to check. As a school district employee, I work with kids with autism. I believe we need to do all we can environmentally to maybe someday not have people with autism. However, I don't know. There's a lot of issues, how people get autism. That's all I'm asking. So if we can, I guess somehow advocate for a blood serum draw database through our healthcare system. New Hampshire has a system that says if you want a PFAS test, your health system must provide it. So I know we don't have that in Wisconsin, and it might be a long question to ask that. But anyway, I guess something to think about.
You have about 15 seconds.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the registrant? Right, seeing none, thank you. All right, our next item is item 69, which is authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a third amendment to the use agreement for Warner Park Stadium with Madison Mallards LLC and Northwoods League Incorporated to expand the use of the ballpark at Warner Park for women's college summer softball and make certain capital improvements for the years 2024 through 2035. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Alex Saludos of District 5. Alex?
Thank you. Oh, my water's still up here. You guys can be the heroes tonight. Given the structural deficit, I think you can really be a hero. This proposal isn't fair to taxpayers. It significantly undervalues the rights granted to the Mallards. I urge you to hit the pause button on it until you know what it's really worth and can negotiate terms that are fair and a win-win. From what I see, the city's analysis can best be summarized as, wow, they'll pay for the maintenance, a new infield, a scheduler, and they do all this cool free stuff. It must be a great deal. Yes, some major investments are envisioned, but how do we know paying for those is fair compensation? Looking at the big picture, if you really knew the numbers, we're being thrown a few bones. You need to look at the big picture and ask, what's the economic value to the user in dollars and cents of the rights granted in this agreement? You need to know this to know if it's fair to taxpayers. You need an open book deal, which is normal and customary for these types of agreements. The Parks Department's done them before. Also, this deal isn't consistent with city policy. The goal of the city's golf operation is to be self-sustaining and to make a payment in lieu of taxes to the city's general fund. This year, that payment is $200,000. That's net of expenses and about 5% of revenues. The Mallards are a highly successful multi-million-dollar for-profit enterprise. Why do they get a free pass? West Lafayette, Indiana has a college league baseball team too, and the stadium where they play is owned by the city. It's got a capacity of 2,600. If this deal was comparable to theirs, it would generate more than $400,000 a year just from baseball, just from men's baseball. It doesn't include the revenue from 7 concerts or women's softball. Given the $27 million structural deficit we face, this proposal is physically irresponsible. Before approving the deal, I urge you to think carefully about the financial situation we're in and the taxpayers you represent. If you have questions about best practices for these types of use agreements or how the city can negotiate better terms, I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other registrants wishing to speak. Several available for questions. Are there questions for any of the registrants? Seeing none, thank you. I will just go back and check if either Tim Lovick on item 12 or Kathy Bowie on item 14 are present. All right, so that brings us to the end of public comment. So we will go then to item 6, which is a presentation from the Wisconsin Policy Forum. You all can have your choice of podiums, and we'll get the presentation up on the screen.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for making time for us. It's a pleasure to be with you. I am Jason Stein. I'm the research director for the Wisconsin Policy Forum. I am here for information only. I'm just going to be providing you some information about the city's finances and the overall financing framework for municipalities in the state of Wisconsin. The Wisconsin Policy Forum does not take a position on issues or advocate for or against them. In the case of this budget, we won't have one. If there's a referendum question put on the ballot, we won't have a position on that. You can go on to the next slide. Okay. The forum is very, very old. That's the point of this slide. We've been around for more than 100 years. We're a nonpartisan organization. You can keep going to the next slide. We're a membership organization. Our members include local governments around the state, school districts, corporations, higher education institutions here in Dane County and around Wisconsin. Go ahead. Every year we analyze the budgets of some of the major local governments in Wisconsin. That includes the City of Madison, which we've looked at since 2019, and the Madison School District, which is also relevant to the issues in November. Go ahead. You were just fine. You were just on time. I know the finance director is going to break down, has broken down and will break down the budget gap for you, so we'll go over this very quickly. Obviously, the city has a budget gap because the projected revenues for 2025 do not cover the projected expenditures. And so you're looking at 13 million on the revenue side that the finance department is projecting and 40 million on the spending side. That does include roughly 18 million in one-time revenues that were used to balance the current budget. So this is not I think a great surprise. In our annual budget brief in October, we pointed out that these challenges were building for 2025. By the way, we send that budget brief to every aldermanic email every year. If any of you are not getting it, you can reach out to us and we'll make sure that you get it in the future. Again, happy to take questions about that slide later, but we'll keep moving on. One of the reports that we published in 2019 looked at the overall framework for financing local services in Wisconsin at the city and village level: police, fire, streets, libraries, public health. And what we found, go on to the next slide, is, as many of you know, Wisconsin is very dependent on the property tax to fund city and village services. So if you look nationally, property taxes are important for, all cities and villages across the country, but almost nearly twice the share of property taxes in municipal budgets in the state of Wisconsin. And then if you look at the city of Madison, the city of Madison is even a little bit more dependent on property taxes than that. You might ask, well, what's the main difference between municipalities in Wisconsin versus other states? The biggest single difference is that in other states, in particular in the Midwest, you see a healthy amount of sales tax revenues in local government budgets. And, here in the state of Wisconsin, for cities and villages, there's almost none that have that authority. A big exception is the city of Milwaukee, which received that under legislation known as Act 12 this summer, and then through a vote at the local level. Go ahead to the next slide. All right, this slide essentially tells you the exact same thing the previous slide told you in a little bit different way. So these are Midwestern states. You can see that Wisconsin, the share of municipal revenue that comes from local taxes, very similar to some of these other states, with one big difference. The unique twist to Wisconsin is that almost all our local tax revenue at the city and village level is from property taxes. Whereas in many other states, you're going to see more of a mix of local taxes, again, with the sales tax being the most common thing you would see in these other Midwestern states. Go ahead. All right. So, when you think about the two big revenue sources for cities and villages in Wisconsin, Madison, or any other city, they are property taxes and state aid, and both of those over the past 20 years have been under pretty tight restrictions from the legislature. Here you can see the form of the limit that the state has put on your local property tax levy here in Madison and other communities is to tie it to net new construction in a community. All right? Those are the blue lines. The light blue line is the city of Madison's annual net new construction percentage. The dark blue line is the state average. Okay, well, first thing that jumps out at you there is the city of Madison in the typical year is exceeding the state average. There is more development happening here in this city. It's growing. So that's a positive thing, both in terms of just life in the city and the economy, as well as the city's property tax revenues. But the second thing that you notice is that gray line. Okay, the gray line is just the consumer price index. It's just a stand-in for inflation. And you can see that those two things have, net new construction and the inflation have really come unglued in the past couple years. When the legislature put levy limits into place in 2005, there was net new construction was higher than it is today. I mean, this is during the real estate boom, which many of us are old enough to remember. And since then, the net new construction rates in Madison and in other communities around the state just haven't got to the same level, okay? And, since the pandemic, we have had this surge in inflation. It's coming back down, but in the meantime, those two things have diverged, and that's created, a budget situation for many municipalities. Go ahead. This just shows you the percentage increase in City of Madison property taxes over the past 25 years. You can see that in 2011, there at about the mid part of the graph, when the state really tightens levy limits. Since then, we haven't seen quite the same level of increases in the property tax in Madison, than you saw in the 90s and the aughts. Go ahead. Okay, so with these tighter levy limits in place, we have seen some cities, villages, towns, counties around Wisconsin start to occasionally go to referenda with voters. During the 2000s and the early teens, that was almost unheard of. When you think about 1,850 municipalities in Wisconsin, 72 counties, you're only seeing 3, 4, 5 in any given year do that, so almost none. Since 2017, we have been seeing more, not to the level that we've seen with school districts since 2016, but there has been an uptick. This year's a presidential year, so it'll be interesting to see what the final numbers look like for 2024. Go ahead, next slide. Okay, so this brings us to our next big revenue source for local governments in Wisconsin, and that's state aid. Main form of state aid for municipalities is shared revenue. All right, this is a look at shared revenue payments to the City of Madison over the last 20 years. The light blue line is the nominal number that's not adjusted for inflation. Okay, what you can see, it was about 16 million in 2000, and after an increase from Act 12 over the summer for this fiscal year 2024, it's now back to up about 16 million. All right. So what does that mean if you're thinking about it in terms of an inflation-adjusted number? Well, on an inflation-adjusted basis, it's dropped substantially over the past 20 years. So, around 45%. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Now I mentioned Act 12. This is the legislation that gave the new sales tax authority to the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County, and also delivered a very big increase in the main component of shared revenue, which is called county and municipal aid, delivered that over the summer for taking effect in this fiscal year 2024. Okay. So, some of your constituents or you yourselves might ask, well, listen, I thought there was a historic state aid increase that was approved over the summer. And that is correct. That happened, and it was very significant, and it will be very impactful for many communities, especially small communities. For the news for you, however, it is not as impactful in the city of Madison. This legislation prioritized smaller communities and communities that traditionally had lower property values, and received as a result larger amounts of shared revenue. Madison is not small and does not have low property values. So even though on a percentage basis, the increase in the shared revenue to the city, I'm a resident as well. I've been a resident since 2001. It's not as significant for the city of Madison. Here you can see that if you look at total county and municipal aid per capita in the state of Wisconsin, based on the estimates over the summer, it's not the final number. The estimate was $29 per resident. When you look at the average municipality in Wisconsin, that's $142, okay? And so Madison, on a per capita basis for this form of state aid, is behind really every single town in the state. And why is that significant? Well, towns typically don't have libraries. They typically don't have often sidewalks or curb and gutter or lights, or in many cases a police force. And, so these are high-level services that Madison provides. You can go on to the next slide. And the point of this is not to say, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, to say, oh, woe is Madison, or Madison has obviously Madison is, the envy of many communities in the Midwest. A lot of communities would kill to be Madison. We have, state government, we have the UW-Madison. But traditionally, the way that city services have been funded here is through the property tax being applied to the relatively high property values. That is an option that is not available today in the same way that it would have been in 1995 or 2003 or what have you. The last question, you might have is, well, didn't the city receive a significant amount of pandemic aid? And the answer is absolutely it did. This chart here shows you American Rescue Plan Act payments on a per capita basis to the 20 largest cities in Wisconsin. You can see that Madison was not among the highest recipients on a per capita basis, but it did receive $184 per capita from ARPA. That's a very significant number. You can go on to the next slide. When you look at in total from the various rounds of COVID relief legislation at the federal level, more than $190 million came to Madison, more than $47 million from ARPA. Of the ARPA funds, a little over half was used for balancing budgets, and the remainder was used for various community services and programs. The 2024 budget includes, $5.6 million in ARPA funds to help balance the general fund. We pointed out that was a trade-off that city leaders were making at the time that does add to the budget challenge that you will need to address in one form or another in 2025. So just to wrap up, next slide, please. Oh, excuse me, I have one more before I kind of go into my wrap-up slides. No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're all right. Back one, sorry. Forward one. That's forward one. There you go. Hold it right there. So I apologize for these slides being a little bit small, but the last point that I wanted to make for you is that Madison does have relatively high per capita spending levels. So Madison, on both of these panels, is the third community from the left. So among the 10 largest cities in Wisconsin, we're behind only City of Racine, City of Milwaukee in per capita spending. Within Dane County, which is the right panel, Madison is behind only the Village of Maple Bluff and Shorewood Hills. This does not, these higher spending levels, they've been that way for a long time. So if you say, are these higher spending levels the reason that the city can't balance its budget today but could balance it in 2004? Not exactly, because really the rank has always been like this, so it's, but that is, I think, a factor that is worth you being aware of as you think about the overall budget. Okay? Next slide. So just to recap, again, not really here to tell a tale of woe about Madison. We have many strengths and many advantages in this community. We're growing. We have a strong local economy. We have high property values. The property tax does represent a very stable source of revenue for the city, but it's simply one that is limited in terms of how much it can grow under state law. The city has very healthy reserves at this time. It's always something that we watch very carefully, but at this time they're strong. The city has, we've just talked about the spending levels. The city participates in the Wisconsin retirement system. That's fully funded. The city doesn't have any unfunded pension liability and not a significant retiree healthcare liability. There's a lot of cities in America that would love to be able to say the same thing, so that's a very positive thing for the city. We do have relatively high per capita debt levels, but we also have very high property values. So as a share of property value, again, our debt levels are very manageable as a city right now, although that's something that we watch. You can go on to the next slide. All right, so that brings me to the end of the presentation, and then I'll take any questions you have. What are some basic options that the council and mayor and the city might have in dealing with the budget shortfall that you face? Again, I want to emphasize, I'm not here to advocate for or against any of them, but just to be an honest broker about it. I think one thing you can look at over the next several years is ways that you can boost growth and development to increase that net new construction number. One reason I point to that is the city has a housing challenge. So, anything that you can do in that department is a win-win from that perspective. But you do need to understand it's going to have a limited effect on the budget shortfall. So if you went from the city's net new construction right now is about 2.2%, if you were to double that, which I don't even know that you could do that. I mean, even to just get up to 3 or 4% would be, phenomenal in a lot of ways. But if you could add 2 percentage points to the net new construction number, what does that get you in terms of new property tax revenue? It'd be like $3.5 million, something like that. So is it helpful? Yes. Does it close a $27 million budget gap? No, it does not. I think in the long term, looking at partnerships with other communities, whether that's on Madison Metro, EMS service, other local services, that is something that a lot of communities are inquiring to us about right now. We're doing a study on EMS service for Waunakee and Middleton. We've been also approached about a couple other different communities in the county. So this is something that, the neighboring communities for Madison are very interested in. Now, is this something that can deliver help to you on your budget in the next, 12 months? No. That's a longer term thing. But because, you're looking at this shortfall both in terms of 2025, but also in several years after that, this is something that more in the longer term might be something that the city could pursue and could be a win-win in a given situation. We've also, already heard some discussion of going to state officials and going to elected officials in the legislature and talking to them about either on the shared revenue side or on the local tax revenue, like a sales tax side. Obviously, that's another long-term lift. The legislature's basically gone now until January 2025. You know, can you count on that? Nope, absolutely not. But, you know, in the case of the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County, and the business community there, they put themselves more or less on a consensus position, and they went to the legislature and lobbied for a period of time. And, you know, a lot of people, including me, didn't really think that they could get anywhere with that. Lo and behold, they did. So sometimes the legislature surprises you. Obviously, spending cuts, and there's impacts to services from that. You know, fees are something the city has looked at in the past and may look at again. The city can draw down its reserves on a one-time basis to address these things. It's certainly not something that we personally would advocate for, and we've looked at. And if the city was to do that in 2025, then it would make the budget harder to balance in 2026. So, you know, that's a rabbit you can pull out of the hat only so many times, but, you know, you have the rabbit and you have the hat. And then the final thing that the city could look at is to put a referendum to voters to exceed levy limits. Obviously, you know, in the fall, we also look at the school district budget. I would expect that the school district budget, you know, would have a operating referendum. Possibly it would have a capital referendum. So it's, you know, it's possible if you all made the decision to put a referendum question on the ballot, that there might be 2 or even 3 of them. I don't know how voters would react to that, but, you know, that's something that is certainly there for the city. Again, if the city were to do that and the voters were to approve it, that is, it's permanent. So if the city were to do a referendum of X million, that would be there year after year after year. But it's also something that you deploy that one time for that one vote. So then that would provide a solution for 2025, but then there would be a structural gap that the city would be potentially facing again in 2026. So those are basically the things that I wanted to tell you. I've tried to be as quick as I could. You've listened very patiently, and I'm happy to either go sit down or take your questions as you wish.
Thank you. Are there questions? Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for making this presentation. I have a lot of questions. Actually, I have like 3 pages, so I won't stay because my colleagues will get upset. You can hear them moaning and groaning already, which is fine. But I guess first of all, I want to know if you knew offhand what amount have you heard that the school referendum might come in as?
Alder, I don't know. The size of the operating budget shortfall that I'm working with now is on the order of 40 million. I don't know what, and then, you know, it's unclear to me what, if any, capital referendum they might do.
Thank you. Then also, just an aside, out of curiosity, why did you just start studying Madison in 2019?
The forum was formed by the merger of 2 long-standing organizations in 2018. We felt that, you know, Madison is a growing, important community in the state, and the forum's always had a very deep coverage of budget issues in the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County, Milwaukee Public Schools, and we wanted to extend that to the next biggest community in the state, basically.
Okay, and then you had said something, and I wish I had caught all these different slides, so what I'll probably do is just email you, but
You're welcome.
if we have already have you know, property values that are high, how is that going to change? So I'm talking about Act 12.
Yes.
Why it's not as impactful. We have high property values, so how is that going to change if we're adding more onto the amount that people are paying for property taxes, which at some point, okay, so I'm trying to, I have the question in my head, but I'm not saying it
I
right.
think there's a couple things there that you're thinking about. I think one is that traditionally, because the state doesn't really have a shared revenue formula anymore the way that it did, but at one time it did have a shared revenue formula, and that tended to provide greater payments to communities with low property values. That formula is really no longer in operation, but the ghost of that formula lives on in the sort of legacy payments that cities and villages get. And so that's kind of it. And I don't know if you're also thinking about on the revenue side, there is a benefit on the property tax to new development and new construction in the city that does provide the city with a chance to increase its operating levy by the same percentage as net new construction. So, you know, that we're sort of talking about property values and new development in two different contexts, one on the state aid side and one on the local property tax side. I don't know if that's a helpful clarification.
Yeah.
I don't know if I made it better or worse
You
then.
made it better, and just circling back on that question, I swear I won't ask too many questions, I'll just have to email it, is regarding the what you just said about the property taxes and, I'm sorry, can you repeat? I had a question that was coming right off of that. What did you end with about the property taxes? Something about, what I'm trying to get at is, when does this all stop? Like, when does this all balance out? Because here's what it is. If we have net new construction and increases, has it been in your experience that the property values continue to rise? Like, in other words, you get a place where, you get San Francisco-ish, where, it's very popular to live there and nobody can afford it, but it doesn't stop. There's no stop.
Well, so the net new construction that we're talking about is only for new development. So appreciation of existing properties, that's not something that the city can capture through a higher property tax levy. It's only new development. And so the percentage increase in the city's total property value that is attributable to new construction, that actually gets harder to do over time, because as the city's property tax base gets bigger and bigger and bigger, then you need, to get a 1% growth, you need more and more new construction every year. So it's actually a task that gets harder and harder for you. But I mean, again, Madison has been exceeding the statewide average. It does help you with your budget challenge, but it's a modest sort of assistance. It's not going to get you all the way there to solving your current projected budget shortfall.
Okay, and this is my last question. Do you guys look at where did the ARPA funds go for each city that you're doing your analysis on?
We have done that, yes. We have done that for the city, and I can certainly share with you our past budget briefs that outline those details. You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions on the presentation? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Jason. This has been very informative. I can't thank you and Mark and all of your team for all the excellent research you provide the state, all these many years. In fact, I have to say, I consider you all still members of the Fourth Estate, because the information you provide is so interesting and so helpful.
We'll take it. Thank you.
Look at the front page of your alma mater today, obviously. In any event, I do have a question, and it actually does relate to one of the options that you have on this slide here, and that's the use of one-time funds.
Sure.
I'm wondering, through your research, Jason, if you could share with us how we might compare to other municipalities in Wisconsin in terms of the use of our, some would call rainy day fund, but as we call it, as you know, fund balance, and also the issue of reoffering premiums from our debt to kind of high button issues that have been bantied about publicly, and criticism of our use of, which is not a new use, as you know.
Sure. So one of the challenges we have, the State Department of Revenue data that is available for municipalities doesn't really allow me to answer that question on a precise basis. If I was speaking to the school board and the school board asked me the same question, I could really answer that question for them, because of the data that DPI provides on school districts that kind of gets down to their chart of accounts is much more broad than what DOR provides for cities and villages. I can tell you in our analysis of, my analysis over the years of the state budget, the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County, our analysis of those, it's common to use fund balance. Now, is that a preferred thing to do? No, because it is one time. It adds to the budget challenge in the future, and it can only be done, if it starts to impact the overall fund balance in the general fund, then that, eventually it's no longer there as an option. That being said, the city's general fund balance is relatively healthy. The city has a target that is a reasonable target. I think when you look at government standards around the country, and the city is currently projected to end the year above that target. So it's available as a partial solution that policymakers could consider. On the use of those funds related to debt offerings, that is something that, on a comparative basis to other communities, I couldn't speak to. I know that, Madison has done it in the past and has established a policy, to make it more difficult, but still an option for the council to do it. I could certainly ask around about that and get back to you, but I don't have any additional context, unfortunately, to give you about that.
I appreciate that, Jason. Yeah, if you do find further information on those topics with more specificity, that would be very interesting to me. Thanks again for all your work and for being here tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, questions?
Yes, thank you. If we decide to go to a referendum, what dollar amount do you see to get us at least getting close to getting us out of the structural deficit?
He's on Zoom.
And I'm sorry, I was looking for where you were, sir, and then I really didn't process the question. Could you ask it one more time?
Yeah, I'm a disembodied voice tonight.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, if we do decide to go to a referendum, what dollar amount do you see that we need to be putting on there to get ourselves close to getting out of this structural deficit?
I really think, again, the forum does not try and put itself, I guess, in the place of dictating values or priorities to elected officials or to voters. So I would not want to say to you a dollar amount. I mean, I think the things that any policymaker would want to consider with respect to the amount of a referendum, a potential referendum, would be to think about what they feel is necessary to balance the budget in 2025, as well as to think about what are the other tools in terms of controlling spending and, working with neighbors, whatever it happens to be, as, other revenue sources like fees that could collectively get them to something that might be in year one, from the referendum, something that balances the budget, and then also thinks about what would be the things that could be deployed in year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 that could keep things sustainable going forward. So I don't mean to evade your question, but I think that, the practice of the forum has not been to put ourselves in the place of elected officials who I think, have been chosen by the community to represent them and their values. And I think it's a determination that is best made by those political actors.
Right. Thank you. So for a follow-up, if we go to referendum, look at a dollar amount that will sustain us for several years and not put us in a position where we have to keep coming back year after year. Is that correct?
I mean, I think that, let me put it to you this way. When we go in October, when we analyze the mayor's budget proposal, and we, if there is a referendum question that goes onto the ballot, we would analyze that as well. What we would be looking for is both what is the suite of, expenditure changes and revenue changes. Does that balance the budget in a reasonable manner for 2025? And then is there a plan in place for 2026, 2027, 2028, or at least a framework for arriving at a plan that would keep the budget sustainable? Obviously, that's not a requirement to hold a a referendum and put a referendum to voters, but I think that that would be a question that any voter would have, and it would certainly be a question that we would look at as we analyze the budget. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does, and thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rommel?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jason, and your team for coming. This, as Alder said before, is really helpful. So just following up from Alder Tischler, we heard from at least public testimony to ask for all 27 million or whatever the big number would be. But I hear you just answering Tischler's question with saying other spending controls plus. So is it right to say, not that you're going to recommend anything, but that you wouldn't argue for asking for the full amount?
Again, yeah, I just want to state again clearly, we do not have a position for or against the
I know,
referendum.
I heard you,
We
but I
do
just
not
want to
have
clarify.
And then, for that reason, we also don't have an amount that we would recommend. Again, what we would just be looking for is, is there a plan in place both for 2025 and then, to the extent that the council is doing something like a property tax referendum that would be more effectively deployed in the short term, than say something like looking at efficiencies with neighbors or what have you, is there also a plan in place that would be looking more at the longer term to maybe make use of that time to, find other things, whether that's talking to the legislature, whether that's talking to neighboring communities, whether that's just working on efficiencies within, city government itself, that could start to address the challenge in some other way? Because, again, we're not here to say one way or the other, but presumably the city wouldn't be putting a ballot question to voters every year. And so, and yet there would be some challenges that would arise year after year. And then what would be the long-term plan to try to address them? Again, we realize that here, as we sit in 2024, everything about 2028 isn't going to be worked out, obviously. But is there perhaps a framework or a basic protocol in place for investigating those steps down the road?
Thank you. My second question is about diving into one of the options you had on your list, which was the long-term partnerships with neighbors. And in your PowerPoint, you mentioned Metro, but I'm thinking, have other communities consolidated services among, fire, police? I mean, it seems like that's a thing. Is that something that you've looked at?
Yeah, we've done a number of studies about that. And the reason I mentioned Metro Transit is simply there's been an expansion of Metro Transit service that I know has brought in some additional revenue for Metro Transit. I think it's been modest, but a lot of modest things over several years add up. And yes, to answer your question directly, we've done a number of service sharing studies. Typically, they've been for fire and EMS. But, we're involved in one around garbage collection in the city of Eau Claire right now, which has an unusual arrangement up there for how they deal with things. So I could certainly, provide you with information about, some examples of our work in those areas. And I mention it as well because we are getting inquiries from other Dane County communities about that. So that is something that clearly some elected officials as well as city administrators and the like are interested in right now. And you're probably aware that Act 12, that legislation that I referenced, does include an innovation fund that is, at least in theory, designed to incentivize local governments to investigate that sort of thing.
And thank you. And just maybe a question on your perspective. We always look, I don't know that anyone who came to the council had any idea beforehand what net new construction was. It just are words that went together, but it had no meaning. But now they do have meaning. And also inflation has meaning right now. And so I'm wondering, I'd more a perspective opinion, just like if it's a flat number, we're kind of like, we have a flat number to work with. So
Yes.
It seems like the new construction market, it might be entering a phase if inflation doesn't lessen that will be troubling for our growth.
Sure. So, to clarify, I want to make clear that when I said it could be beneficial to the city, to try and boost development, as much as anything, from a policy perspective, you're looking at that from the housing challenge. And so, I mean, I think there's multiple reasons to look at that. I don't think that, net new construction can be brought to certainly to the level that inflation has been recently. And I think it's also worth noting that, the consumer price index is a stand-in for inflation. That's a basket of goods and services that we all buy as consumers. Is that the same basket of goods and services that the city purchases? No, it's not really and in fact, the city, because what you do is very labor intensive, your cost inflation is going to be greater than that. I mean, because you're going to be paying for things like healthcare for your employees. And so on a typical basis, in some ways that graph, it's a simple way to show you the problem, but it may actually understate it in some respects. But I mean, more than anything, I think it's just attempting to show you the mismatch that has occurred between net new construction and, a basic measure of inflation in recent years.
Again, thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I'll just add that the assessor's office actually, I think, does a very good job of explaining net new construction and why all the cranes around the city don't actually have a huge impact on the budget. So that might be information we can get to the council to just so people can understand that dynamic a little bit more. Or I'm sure the assessor would be happy to speak with anybody about the relationship between net new construction, the levy, and then also the relationship between assessments and taxes. Not a linear relationship. Alder Madison, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I thought early on you mentioned potentially going back to page 5 of the slides.
I got them right here in front of me. Let me just look at. Is it that one? Is it the budget
Yes,
gap one?
yes.
Yeah. I mean, right. I mean, I know the finance director's talked to you about it, but if you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer. If I can.
I think I just wanted to, if you wouldn't mind just breaking it down again for me, just quickly. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, the basics of it, and maybe Eric could bring it up while I'm talking about it.
Or we could bring it up.
You're just looking at, okay, the budget is in balance right now in 2024. What's going to happen in 2025? So the finance department has estimated what the growth in revenues will be. Most of that is just what you're going to get under levy limits on the property tax. They're estimating new revenues at $13 million. I haven't tried to independently project that, but it seems like a reasonable number to me. It's certainly going to be ballpark. Then the finance department is also projecting what the new costs will be for the city. Those are at $40 million. Thank you for pulling that up. So then the gap between what the new costs are projected to be and the projected new revenues is $27 million. And I mean, we can talk about any of these individual line items. About half of the new local costs revolve around replacing one-time revenues that were used to balance the 2024 budget. And so that's kind of the double-edged sword that we spoke about earlier about relying on those, is that in the short term, it does make things easier. In the long term, it makes them a little bit more difficult.
Gotcha. And then my next question is around sales tax. For Milwaukee, was that a recent, I guess I'm looking for, I know it can be a timely sort of like thing to advocate for, but on average, how long did it take Milwaukee to get there, other municipalities to get there?
Well, I think you're looking at somewhere between 2 years and never. So whatever that would be. I think, to be more serious, I think that was a process in which, the city government, county government, so Mayor Chevy Johnson and County Executive Crowley, and then Tim Sheehy, the head of MMAC in the business community, got onto the same page. And then there was a period of 2 or 3 years where they were going to the legislature. They were talking about their problems, which, by the way, were much more severe than the challenges that the city of Madison faces. We have here in Madison a well-funded pension system. They had their own pension system for both the city and county, which were both significantly underfunded. So it was a different situation. But it was a situation where by presenting a consensus, a unified front, and working with the legislature for an extended period of time, they did accomplish more than I think many people thought they could. Now, there were also aspects of that legislation that many people in Milwaukee did not appreciate and did not support. But I think, again, it was a bigger win than many observers like me expected. So I bring that up not to say that it would happen, but just simply to say it's out there at least as a possibility.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Thank you for this amazing presentation. So I understand that there isn't that much of an impact on like increased new construction and like closing the deficit, but I'm actually curious about how a referendum slash property, a referendum and increases to property taxes would impact people on the day to day, or I guess month to month, particularly as it pertains to rent. We have very good information right now from staff about how it impacts homes and like what that year to year would look like. But I'm curious to learn more about how it impacts renters. And anything you have about people that own homes is great, but I'm just really curious to know how referendum impacts rents and cost of living in Madison.
Sure. Let me just say that the property tax in general is going to have a little bit more of a progressive impact. So people that have more ability to pay are going to be affected by it to a greater extent. That is different than the other fee increases that in many cases might be considered like an increase to the city's wheel tax or vehicle registration fee. Would be relatively regressive. With respect to rent, I think what an economist would tell you is that over time, an increase to the property tax would put upward pressure on rents. It's not necessarily going to be immediate or linear, but there's going to be an impact to rents over time, I think is what an economist would tell you.
I see. And just for those that don't know what progressive and regressive means, in this context, can you explain that?
Yeah, of course. Just by progressive meaning that the amount of the tax increase would be greater for people of greater means, on the principle that they would tend to have larger homes or larger businesses with a higher assessment. And then in terms of regressive, that would mean it would tend to fall more heavily on people of more modest means or lower income. So, again, the vehicle registration fee is a flat fee that is going to be applied to, a 2005 Kia. It's going to be the same as a new Cadillac.
Yeah, so I see. And I guess that's the importance of highlighting the difference between having a property tax referendum versus doing this through other sorts of fees like a transportation fee. So because I digressed a bit from the housing perspective, I guess from an economic perspective, knowing that there's already upward pressures on rents, with rent increases given our Madison's current supply issues and how this would increase that, how property taxes being offset to renters would increase those pressures. Would you say that increasing housing supply itself would help ease those pressures that might be created by additional property taxes?
Yes, I'm sure. Yep. I think an economist would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then I know you can't tell us a specific number about, pertaining to referendum. That's the place for us to decide.
Correct.
I am curious to know how other municipalities, how it panned out for them. For municipalities, school boards, what have you. I'm curious to know how it panned out for them and their budgets, for those that did pass a referendum and for the full amounts that they needed, the ones that passed a referendum for less than what they needed, and the people that didn't pass a referendum. I'm wondering if you had a brief breakdown of like how that the short game of that, how that turned out for them.
Let's see, what can I tell you? I mean, I can tell you that municipal and county referenda, in the time that they've been operating referenda, since they've been happening since 2006, have passed at somewhat lower rates than school referenda, which have traditionally been, had higher rates of passage. But, a majority of them in recent years have passed. It would be very unusual for a community to have both a city or municipal referendum and a school district referendum on the ballot at the same time, but it wouldn't be unprecedented. It happened, for example, in Middleton in 2022, and both those measures did pass in that instance.
And I'm wondering, do you have a pulse on what those municipalities did or didn't do to ensure those referendum passed?
I mean, it's a good question. I mean, I think what we look to in any referendum is, has there been a clear case made about what the financial position is of the local government, how the referendum funds would be used, and what other plans that the local government might have to improve its financial situation going forward. I will say that the materials that the city finance department has prepared in this case, I've gone through all of them, and they have been helpful and extensive compared to what you often see. So I think that's, I don't know to what extent those have filtered out into the general public at this time, but I think they were certainly helpful to us, and I think they would be helpful to business groups or other citizens groups that wanted to know more about where the city's at. The one other thing I could say about the property tax referendum is, the property tax is going to fall exclusively on residents of the city and businesses with operations in the city. Other potential revenue options like the sales tax that the city of Milwaukee put into place do capture revenue from commuters that come into the city for that. Obviously, is that an option that's available to you today? No, it is not. But that is, one other aspect to consider in terms of the long term.
I see. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then I don't know if I missed this, and this is my last question, but I'm curious for how a decision for us currently impacts us in the future. Granted, obviously not having to come back to voters and ask for another referendum will be amazing, but seeing as eventually the $27 million gap turns into something much greater in the future, I'm wondering if you could share with us an idea about what are future challenges we may be facing with council inaction, / even with council action, what we should be considering for a long game.
I mean, I think, again, the basic thing I would point out is that there is an ongoing mismatch between the growth in the revenues and the growth in the spending for the city. So even something that completely addresses it in 2025 on a sustainable, permanent basis, you're going to still have in 2026, a gap open up again. It's going to be a more modest gap, but it's going to be there and it's going to grow over time. I think the finance department has estimated it in the range of $7 to $11 million, something like that on an annual basis, which seems reasonable to me as we stand here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. In your statement, you mentioned, and I'm going to go back to Milwaukee, you said something about their advocacy at the state legislature, and they were successful, but then you said you were surprised at that. Could you kind of expand on what you were going at when you made that statement?
Sure. You know, obviously, the legislature is, it is controlled by the Republican Party right now with a, considerable majority. On a, in the 20 years that I've been following the legislature, in general, the Republican members have not looked especially favorably on the request made by the city of Milwaukee. But, in this case, there was, a real bipartisan effort that came together in the legislature and was ultimately successful. I think, the Speaker of the Assembly, I know, visited the mayor in his office, and that was, considered to be a little bit of a historic thing because that had not happened in some period of time. I can't tell you how long, but a long period of time. So just to say that there was, a working across the aisle that was maybe not expected, but, produced an outcome that is certainly doesn't solve all the city of Milwaukee's budget problems by any means, but it puts them on a better footing going forward.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, additional questions?
Sorry, that last question sparked another in my mind regarding Milwaukee. I had turned to the sales tax and wondering if that was an option, and then I learned more about how Milwaukee and gain that. I'm wondering if you could just give us a brief overview about how, if Madison's current financial position is different than Milwaukee's, or if Milwaukee was in a different and more dire position, and also if and I'm just curious if you could just give us a brief overview of what Milwaukee had to, I guess, give up in return for getting a sales tax.
Sure. Again, we were involved in that to the extent we didn't advocate on it, but we briefed the Senate Republican caucus twice about Milwaukee's finances and the Senate Democratic caucus once. The process is going through the entire legislative process. It's typically a change like that would be made within the state budget. So it's a process that would take, within the legislature, a minimum of, 5 to 6 months. The legislature might choose to require a referendum at the local level, or at least a vote of the city council in that instance. Again, this is purely speculation because this is not something that Wisconsin law allows for the city right now, and it may never allow for that. But, again, the legislature has the ability to change the law if it so chooses.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. So let's say a big thank you to our guests from the Wisconsin Policy Forum. Thank you very much. Alder Vitever?
We have a 10-minute break, please.
Alder Vitever will move a 10-minute recess. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Alder Curry?
Just a question of clarification. Can we make a motion to recess council and convene a committee of the whole after a 10-minute recess?
All right, so we'll take the motion as recessing council and convening into a committee of the whole in 10 minutes. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? We've got a second? And is there any objection? There's no objection. We will recess council, and then the committee of the whole will reconvene in 10 minutes, which is essentially 9 o'clock.
Okay, Mayor.
Alder Bennett?
Thank you. I don't think that I was returned to about referring items.
We'll come back to you, Alder.
I would like to.
We're in recess. The council voted to recess, so.
You didn't acknowledge me when I had my hand raised and I was objecting.
Minutes for our recess, so we're going to call back into the committee of the whole. If alders could take their seats, we're at 9 o'clock. No.
It's not a closed session.
All right. First time I get to do this. I call the committee of the whole of the Common Council to order and will ask staff to take roll.
Thank you. Alder Conklin. Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry.
Here.
Curry is present. Alder Duncan. Here. Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Uyghur. Sorry, Uyghur, I apologize. Alder Uyghur is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder McKinney is present. Alder Knox is excused. Alder Latimer Burris. Alder Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Miadze. Get back. Alder Rummel. Alder Rummel is present. Alder Tischler.
Present.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Verveer. Here. Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitiver. Here. Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Wahelia. Here. Alder Wahelia is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is present. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk. So before we jump into discussion, I am going to turn over the mic to Attorney Haas. And also there's going to be a presentation by Finance Director Schmidtke. But for Attorney Haas's portion, it's just going to be recapping an email that was sent to us all that is printed and on your desk if you're in chambers. The timestamp for those of you joining us virtually was Monday, March 4th at 2:51 p.m. Just a reminder of differences between council meeting and a committee of the whole.
Thank you, Madam President. And just for the council's information and for those watching, we tried to outline the differences between a council meeting and a committee of the whole meeting. For alders, as you can tell, one of the main differences is the council president chairs the committee meeting rather than the mayor. Typically, a committee of the whole is just that, a committee. You're a committee of the council. And so previous meetings of a committee of the whole might have made recommendations to the council for the council to ultimately act upon. As you know, the Finance Department is going to start the meeting with the presentation about the budget. We don't have the formality of having a motion made first to be acted upon and then discussed. There'll be the presentation, and then the council can discuss the presentation and then the feedback that staff is requesting. As I indicated in the email, the rules for discussion are a little bit more relaxed than during a council meeting. The council president still must recognize speakers. There's a little bit less formal way of interacting. As you know, the mayor often reminds alders to direct any questions to her rather than to your colleagues. As in committee meetings, that's not always the case in a committee of the whole. You can speak more directly to each other, ask questions of each other. Again, alders are free to answer questions or not answer questions. We also do not have the ordinance regarding time limits for speaking. Those apply to council meetings, not to committee meetings, so not to this committee of the whole meeting, although I'm sure the council president will try to make sure that everyone is involved and that the discussion does continue to move along. Also, we usually in council meetings have presentation, then questions for staff, and then discussion. If during the discussion you have questions for staff, you can certainly ask those during the committee of the whole meeting. I think I'll leave the rest to Director Schmidtke about exactly what type of feedback the staff is looking for this evening, unless you have any other questions for me.
questions for Attorney Haas? Seeing none. Alder Bennett, I just want to clarify, is your hand up from previously before going into recess, or did you have a question? Thank you. All right, go ahead, Director Schmidtke.
Council President, thank you, Council. I just want to start out by thanking and commending you for your commitment so far through this process. We've obviously had a four-part information series, and I know you've spent time looking through that. We had the presentation and questions 3 weeks ago at the council meeting that were very productive. And so this evening in the Committee of the Whole, we're returning to the issue that we face, looking forward to 2025. And our agenda for this evening is to, again, put us back into the context of the budget gap, give you some reminders of what's involved in that, and to talk about the options again, in a very, kind of remind you again of the revenue and expenditure options, and then move into that guided discussion on your values, your priorities, and towards getting a general sense of direction for putting together the 2025 budget with this context. So our goals then are that continued building of understanding, and we're here to answer questions, and then the proactive, positive discussion around values and priorities with addressing the budget, and as I said, reaching that general consensus on a broad framework. So again, the reminder, the current estimate is a gap of $27 million between our expected and allowed growth in revenues compared with our cost to continue current services, which includes the fact that there's one-time money used in the 2024 budget, and then there's the cost increases associated with continuing current services in 2025. So those are pay increases, inflation costs, and debt service. As I said, it is an estimate. We are beginning the formal cost to continue exercise in the next few weeks. At the end of the month, we'll begin to reach out to agency staff, and the finance budget analysts will work together and independently to look at that cost to continue analysis. By the middle to the end of April, we'll be looking at discussing those cost to continue estimates developed by the agency and finance, as well as finalizing the citywide adjustments. And then we'll put that all together by the middle of May and have a much more precise sense of what that cost to continue will look like. That will inevitably affect this $27 million number. We don't know for sure how much or in what direction, because we're looking not only at the cost to continue, but we'll also be taking some look at revenues as well. And just a reminder, and we emphasized this in the presentation 3 weeks ago to you, that the focus is on the general fund. That's when we talk about the deficit, it's the general fund. That's where most of the city's programs and services are financed from. And that's where the structural deficit is. So increases in revenues in other funds, so example, the stormwater fees or parking fees or whatever, that does not help what we're talking about in terms of the structural deficit in the general fund. And then there are transfers and subsidies between funds, for example, to public health or to Metro, and some of those are regulated. For example, the payment in lieu of taxes from the water utility is spelled out in state law and Public Service Commission rule. And so that is not a primary strategy for addressing the structural deficit. And then again, just a reminder, there's been a number of questions around, well, if we shrink the amount of borrowing that the city has, or we shrink the size of the capital budget, won't that help the structural deficit? And it does not. I mean, the way that the levy limits are constructed under state law, what might be saved in terms of reduced debt service cannot be transferred to be used in the operating budget. Now, reducing the capital budget, reducing our debt does, perhaps reduce the levy overall and what taxpayers pay, but it does not create more sort of allowable levy for the operating budget. So just a reminder on that. And again, as we mentioned 3 weeks ago, this $27 million gap, it will require multiple strategies. So, looking at it all on the expenditure side, we tried to give you that context of the size of the reductions that would have to occur, the number of positions that would be affected, and ultimately the services to residents that would be affected. Looking at it solely on the revenue side, there are implications there. You heard about some of that from the policy forum and questions that you've asked around, what's the best way to perhaps address that from a revenue perspective? What are the implications in terms of what people have to pay relative to that? And so that's another factor. And so there are going to be trade-offs when we look at things like new special charges and that concept of progressivity versus regressivity in that revenue stream. Or looking at increasing our existing local revenues. And as we pointed out, we're so reliant on the property tax, that share of our revenue stream is very small. And so we would have to dramatically increase those revenues. And in some instances, we cannot increase those revenues to that level. And then, the other option is what's allowed under state law relative to property taxes, which is a voter referendum. And then we just talked about different options on the expenditure side, which would be a same percentage across the board reduction to all agencies, or looking at things that have been added recently, a sort of last in, first out approach, and looking at cutting positions or services, or reducing what employees are either paid in their wages or what they have to contribute in terms of benefits, for example, for health insurance. And again, just a reminder that what we're talking about here is how do we address and develop a sustainable long-term approach to balancing the budget and addressing what is a pretty significant structural gap in the short term. And so one-time approaches, whether they're one-time expenditure reductions or revenue adjustments, does not solve that deficit. It just pushes it to another year. So one example would be, well, let's just hold some positions vacant or implement furloughs or look at incentivizing early retirement, for example. Those do not change the overall sort of spending structure in the city budget. So if a furlough, for example, is temporary, it lasts for a certain amount of time, and then that cost comes back when the individual returns to full time. And then that also has to be balanced against how are services provided in that furlough environment. With the retirement or early retirement, employees can already retire early under the Wisconsin retirement system. You can retire at 55, you can retire at 50 if you're in the Protective Commission staff. And what's often been found in other places with early retirement is that unless you reduce the services, you're just going to fill those positions again. And so those are not a permanent reduction. If anything, you've spent more money in terms of the early retirement package. It could be a tool as a part of a reduction in force over time, but unless that's paired with service reductions, it's not a permanent reduction in spending. Selling city assets has always come up too, so whether it's land the city might have or buildings, again, that's a one-time source of funding. So selling a building, getting that revenue from that sale is one-time money. It does not sort of address the long-term issues. And then You heard from the policy forum about fund balance. We do, have, I think, a significant fund balance. I think in the context of what other communities, other issuers of debt that have a AAA rating, like Madison does, our fund balance is actually small relative to those other communities. Now, we do expect the fund balance to increase because of underspending in 2023, combined with really positive performance of our investment earnings, and we will see a larger fund balance. And so it could be a part of a shorter-term strategy, but again, as you spend down fund balance, it's still a one-time source of funding. So it could help with a broader package on this, but it's not a permanent solution. So that's, I think, kind of giving you the context of where we're at with the budget. So let's turn to some of the options. First, there have been a number of questions around a referendum and how that might work. You heard from the policy forum about there have been a large increase in the number of referenda considered around the state. Most of those, over 3/4 of what was proposed, were approved in November of 2022. And so what we're seeing is a much larger increase in the pace of referenda. Some of that is really matching, the effects of what very strict limits on property tax increases combined with inflation and how that is affecting service delivery around the state. That increase in property taxes does require voter approval at a referendum. The first step in that is a resolution that includes the ballot language. Now, the ballot language is spelled out in state law, and basically we're filling in the blanks. What's the amount of the increase? What does that mean in terms of percentage increase in the levy? And is it a one-time, temporary, or permanent recurring increase? And so again, just a reminder on that issue of progressivity versus regressivity, the property tax is a percentage, so instead of a flat amount. So as you get to higher incomes or higher property values, you're paying more dollar amounts than someone with lower property values. And so in that sense, it's progressive. If try to raise $27 million from the levy, that's about $24 per month on the average value home. That would be a little under 4% increase in the total tax bill, so that's all the taxing jurisdictions. And then just a reminder, relative to, let's say, a special charge, the property tax is only on those properties that can be taxed. There are a number of properties that are exempt from property taxes, whereas those exempt properties could be paying a special charge, for example. So there are some base differences there. The timetable for actions on a referendum ballot needs to be approved at least 70 days prior to the election in which the referendum will be held. There's 2 potential dates left in 2024. That would be the primary election on August 13th or the fall general election on November 5th. And you can see the dates up there of when the ballot would need to be approved through resolution adopted by the council. And so, as I said, that resolution would have to set the dollar amount and meet that language, and then the executive budget would be developed, assuming that a referendum will be passed, as well as having a contingency plan in place in case it did not. So again, you saw this slide in the last presentation, just a reminder that the referendum has to have a flat dollar amount. Now, you may hear that school district referendum have progressive increases over time, a stepped increase. That is not allowed under a municipal levy limit referendum. It can only be a flat dollar amount, either one time or for a certain amount of time or permanently recurring over time. So it does sort of degrade the effect of that in the budget each year. And so in thinking about an approach that involves a referendum, you also have to keep in mind what are the other sort of strategies that need to be pursued in the long term, because while you get that increase, we still have rising costs and our base revenues are still constrained under state law. So while we've closed the gap quite a bit, we still have issues each year. And the next slide kind of goes into that in a little more detail by breaking down by year what's the gap. So assuming we solve the $27 million gap, which we have to in the 2025 budget, and let's just say that those measures are permanent and they're in place permanently, we have $27 million, however that's arrived at, then based on our long-term forecast, the gap in 2026 would be $7 million. Much more achievable, much smaller gap to address compared to 27 million. So we're sort of back to gaps that we've seen in prior years, and we have possible strategies for addressing that. And then after that, it's about a $8 million or $6 million gap, $11 million gap, $9 million, and so on. So we've kind of shrunk the dramatic amount in 2025 through permanent approaches, and then it's more manageable in those future years. Now, in the context of what we know right now plus current service levels, not sort of large expansions of service levels. This next slide, many of you have seen before as well. We have used multiple strategies since these strict version of property tax limits have been put in place by the legislature starting in 2011. So starting with the 2012 city budget, we've used a whole series of actions to balance the budget. Some of those are revenue increases. Some of those were limited spending reductions. Some of those were freezing increases in employee pay or restructuring our health insurance plan so that there was higher contributions from employees. We talked about the debt premium, the vehicle registration fee, new special charges for urban forestry and resource recovery. Sometimes we close TIDs and we get surpluses from that. So both one-time measures, some permanent measures have been put in place, but the magnitude in each of those years has been manageable within the sort of suite of options that we have available. And the gap for 25 is larger than what we've seen in the past. Another option on the revenue side is special charges. We've talked about that when we met with you 3 weeks ago, and we're going to just delve a little bit more into what's involved with that. So state law allows a special charge for something that would provide a broad-based public benefit. And so right now we have two special charges, one to pay for the cost of urban forestry services and the other to pay for resource recovery costs or our recycling program. We can't move all activities or services into a special charge. So in some instances, the type of service that's provided, let's say it's garbage collection or snow removal, under state law, if we implement a charge for that service, we have to have a dollar-for-dollar reduction in the allowable increase in the levy. The state has set that up under state law to sort of say, well, if you choose those, there's basically a bundle of 5 or 6 services, and you do a fee in those or a charge in those areas, you're not going to get the benefit on the property tax side. So there's no sort of net benefit to the city in those areas. If we try to raise $27 million from a special charge, which would be a significant increase, that's about $27 per month, about $324 per residence. Now again, that's the flat fee effect. It's not a percentage of value or something like that. And so that's why the amount per residence is slightly higher than the property tax. It is regressive, but it does capture revenue from properties that are exempt from property taxes. So the next couple of slides kind of walk through how a special charge is put into place. This uses the resource recovery special charge that was implemented for the 2022 budget. First, an eligible service was identified. And I talked about those services that aren't really beneficial to have a charge on because of the levy limit interaction. Recycling was identified as an eligible option. Costs were identified. You can only charge for the costs related to the service. It's not a tax in the sense that you're collecting the revenue for an activity, but you have to say, here's the cost of the service, and here's the charge, and then there needs to be a way to distribute that cost to those who are going to pay. So the amount of costs identified were about $3 million, so that's staff, supplies, fleet costs, the contract with the processor of the city's recycling materials. And then there was an apportionment policy drafted, that idea of how is the charge distributed. The executive budget included an estimate of revenues from the charge. The council adopted the budget with the charge in it, and that occurred in November of 2021. While that's happening, staff are developing or pulling together the data associated with how do we bill out that charge. And so the streets division had to look at who are our customers? How many customers do we have? What sort of services do we provide to them? Is our data accurate? And so a number of technical activities had to be taken in that area, plus setting up the billing system on the municipal services bill, which takes time as well. So the budget was adopted, but there also needs to be a policy adopted and an ordinance adopted around implementing the charge. So there was a separate vote on that after the budget was adopted. And because of the timing needed to set all of this up, get the bill onto the municipal services bill, the charge on the municipal services bill, it was in place by the middle of 2022. So about $1.5 million was collected in 2022, and then when fully implemented in 2023, $3 million was collected. And then each year, there's a resolution that's brought forward with the amount of the charge and what those rates are and so on. And so you had votes on that in each of the past 3 years. So there is some time associated with a special charge, whether or not it should be pursued. And if this option is one that you want to pursue, we would begin to research viable options, collecting data and so on. The executive budget would reflect those revenues, and you'd adopt the budget in November, and then there'd be a follow-on ordinance after that in early 2025, and then the charge would go into effect sometime in 2025, whether it's the first or second quarter, to get that in place. So that's the process in terms of setting up a special charge. I just want to keep in mind, and referring back to what I talked about before, whatever approach is taken for 2025, we continue to have some amount of structural gap in future years. And so we have to have other strategies available to deploy to address those issues in future years. And then a reminder too that it takes time to put the special charge into place, and we don't necessarily collect a full year worth of revenue in that first year. So there's some build up to that. And so you may want to consider using special charges as part of a multi-year strategy, maybe not so much in 2025. So turning from revenues, we talked about property taxes, a referenda for property taxes, special charges, how they would be implemented, and now moving to the expenditure side. The last time we sort of asked agencies to put together a comprehensive set of reduction proposals was for the 2022 budget. And so it was a 5% reduction plan. About 12 million of reductions were identified, with most of those, I don't think any surprise, just given what is funded in the budget, most of those were personnel reductions as opposed to non-personnel reductions. And they included eliminating almost 100 positions to get to a 5% reduction target. So the instructions asked for ongoing costs, ongoing cost reductions, but what was received from the agencies was primarily one-time reductions. Namely, holding positions vacant was the primary strategy. That is not a permanent approach to addressing the budget gap. And so that sort of ties to the challenge that we face in sort of identifying specific services to reduce as a part of reduction strategies. So this is just a snapshot of the top 15 cut proposals. Attached in Legistar is a spreadsheet with all of the cut proposals from that exercise in 2022 if you want to go out and take a look at them. But you can see that the top 15 generated about $10 million out of the 12 million that was totally generated from these proposals. You can see that, again, based on where most of the funding is spent in the general fund budget, most of the reduction was coming from reduction in positions in police and fire. So that's the bulk of the reduction. After that, you can just sort of see the list of different items there. I won't go through all of them, but they included things like the recycling program, parks operations, that would be all of their, or a big elements of their hourlies, so lifeguards and things like that, positions in the assessor's office, and so on. We just wanted to take you through some of the feedback we got from city agencies. A survey was put out to them after the budget process was completed, and just to ask them about how did this cuts exercise work for you. And I think the main message was it was a very tough exercise. It had a negative impact on morale. There's no more low-hanging fruit. They're already doing more work with the same sort of real dollars that they've had before. And it's just a painful exercise. It's a difficult thing to talk to staff about, even if it may be a hypothetical approach on things. So just to keep that in mind as you move forward talking about values and priorities in this process. We just wanted to pull out an example of one of the proposals that was forwarded by an agency and what happened to it. First was we had the 5% cut exercise as an instruction from the mayor in May of that year. Streets, in this case, submitted a proposal as part of that 5% cut, was to eliminate some positions that would affect yard waste drop-off sites. The mayor and the executive budget included a reduction in hourly staff that was much smaller than what was proposed, about $25,000. And then both at the Finance Committee and at the Common Council, almost all of that reduction was added back. And I think that's just a reflection of values and priorities of those are services that residents want in the city. And so we picked that out as an example of just both how difficult it is to make these reductions, but also a reflection of what are your values in terms of services delivered and the costs associated with that. So just as one example. So most of what was proposed by agencies in that 5% reductions were not included in the executive budget. So there are some ways to perhaps do some maximization of budget efficiencies and salary savings. As you recall, for the 2024 budget, there was a change in the salary savings methodology where small agencies had either no or small percentage reduction associated with turnover of positions. Larger agencies had a larger one, but we basically moved the average from about 2% of the salary budget to 3%. And that was based on an analysis of turnover over the last few years. And that underspending, now some of that underspending does result in more overtime. So if a position's not filled, then those who do fill other positions may have to work more hours and be paid overtime. So even netting all of that out, we're able to move from 2 to 3%. We think we might be able to move a little bit further with that, but not much more to, based on what we're seeing with trends and turnover. There was also a 1% across the board reduction to agencies. Again, that was based on underspending over the last 5 years. And what we've seen is the average over the last 5 years was about 3.5%. So there might be some room there, but even that underspending has been shrinking over the last few years. And so agencies, based on that analysis, could probably absorb maybe 0.5% to 1%. So up to maybe $3 million without dramatically affecting services. Beyond that, then we're moving into service reductions and possibly layoffs. So that's an overview of the expenditure side of the options. We just wanted to bring you back to the overall timeline. So first of all, we're in March. We have to adopt a budget in November. And so the overall process in March and April, we're really looking for guidance from the council. We very generally would think about having some sort of guidance or comfort resolution introduced at the next council meeting in 2 weeks, and then adopted through resolution by the council at its meeting in April. That would then allow us to move into the cost to continue work that we're doing and we'll begin to do next month. Agency requests occur in the summer, and the mayor looks at all those requests, develops the executive budget, and introduces that budget in October for review by the Finance Committee and ultimately by the full council. As I mentioned before, a referendum. Again, if you want to take that approach, we would ask for your guidance on going down that path. We develop the referendum ballot language after you had given us that signal. You would adopt that resolution in August within that 70 days. You have to have at least 70 days before the election. We'd build a budget assuming that those referendum revenues would be in place, and then the election that has the referendum on the ballot would be November 5th. If we go a special charge path, again, we'd need that direction. We'd develop that information I described before. The budget would assume those special charge revenues, and then we would have an ordinance and a policy that would come back to you in early 2025 for adoption. So that just gives you a sense of the timing of things and how everything has to kind of fit together, because the process of building the budget is a several-month activity. We can't put it together in a couple of weeks or a month or something like that. There's a lot of engagement with the agencies. There's a lot of complexity to putting together, just in looking at the general fund, over $400 million general fund budget. So I'll stop there. This is to sort of give you the context, the background before we move into some of these questions around values and priorities. If you have any questions of what I've kind of walked through in terms of some of the baseline information and perspectives.
Alder Rummel.
President Curry. Thank you, Dave, again, and your staff for the work on this stuff. It's really good for us to go through this. I guess I'm glad I'm doing it. It's really hard thinking. So I do have some questions. I guess what struck me about your PowerPoint is something I want to make sure I understand. The PowerPoint with its titled Considerations, Need for a Multi-Year Strategy, it sort of has a base assumption of 27 million. And I think you wrote in the text that if we did it permanent, and then you made the exception of we could do it one time. Can you talk me through the difference between permanent and what that builds in versus one time and what that looks like? Because you're saying in this chart, the permanent sort of looks like 7 to 11 million gap, but is that, just help me through the two different pathways.
Sure. So what we're trying to show in that graph is we have our current estimate is a $27 million gap. And so whatever series of approaches that are used to address that, assuming they're permanent, right, we will have that 27 million out into the future, right? So if we, increase property taxes by 27 million through a referendum, we'll get $27 million each year.
So just say it again in a different way. So 27 million then is just built into what our property taxes are.
Right.
And it carries forward.
That's right.
You don't have to go through another referendum.
As long as the ballot is structured that way, yes.
Okay, so the ballot has to indicate
Yes.
it's a permanent increase.
Right.
Got it.
Right. And then once a permanent, sort of approaches for 2025, we have that each year. In 2026, then the gap is 7 million, we estimate. And so that's a lot more achievable. It's obviously a much smaller magnitude than 27 million. It's about 25% of the size of it. And so the strategies we currently have in place could probably be deployed to address those, the gaps in subsequent years, as long as we're using permanent approaches on it.
That's really helpful. Thank you. I think that's kind of my question because I would have asked you in a lot of different ways. Oh, maybe you could talk more. I did have one question about the special charge. I kind of took away from you that some aren't beneficial, and you had an example. But are some beneficial because you didn't give any examples?
So there are a bundle of services under state law and the levy limits that if we have a charge for it, and those include, I'm doing this from memory, those include garbage collection, snow removal, I believe fire protection, stormwater, street sweeping. I think those are generally the list. If you implement a charge for any of that bundle, you get a dollar for dollar reduction in the levy. So it does nothing for our budget situation. But there might be other things, and we had a slide in the presentation 3 weeks ago of some ideas. So, for example, some of our transportation costs could perhaps be put onto a special charge and no longer funded from the property tax levy. So those might include traffic engineering services, or there's a portion of the streets division budget that does some minor road maintenance and pothole filling. We could look at portions of the engineering budget, things like that. That's one possible area. We could look at parks as a possible area. All of those would require research, data collection, thinking through of a methodology, and things like that. This is the slide from the last presentation. You can see some of the ideas there.
I guess my last question is, if we say we decide to move ahead with a referenda, and you say we build the budget, do we also start, I assume we're discussing this, but build in some of the tools we want to start using? We don't just say, oh, we'll just let the referenda pay for it all. I mean, I guess that's part of our discussion, right?
That's part of your discussion.
The second question is, like, what's our plan B, if the referendum fails? Are we going to have to build two budgets?
We will, yes. Yeah. New budget.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Uyghur.
Thank you, President Curry, and thank you, Director, for all of that helpful information. I have three questions. One you've partly addressed here, but we've established, I think, that we need a multi-year solution for a multi-year problem. And as I explained to several residents who've already asked me, yes, we're talking about $27 million this year, but it's $60 million in 5 years. Could you talk a little bit about what a multi-year method would look like? Because this council is not going to be able to bind the actions of next year's council looking at the 26 budget. But it's so helpful, I would think, in presenting our case, particularly if we go forward with a referendum, to say, hey, Madison, we're looking at all of the tools, we're looking at more than a referendum, we're looking at all of the other things we might do. Given that we can't bind a future council, how do we do that? How do we make a presentation of a multi-year problem as you see it?
That's what we've tried to do here. We've tried to lay out what the cost to continue is over the next 5 years and what our sort of current revenues would allow us to fund of that. And that leads to the gap that we've talked about. And I think that the other, and we've tried to reference that here, for example, on special charges. You may want to not go into that list of special charges and solving the 2025 problem and keep that as a possibility for future budgets.
So what the question is, we would adopt a budget for 2025. Would we do something like recommend a plan to future councils? I'm just trying to figure out what this council would do as it makes its decisions so it can communicate to future councils that we're on this path. And by the way, then that would also give some guidance to staff in the various departments on things they should be working on as opposed to wait until the next budget year.
Yeah, it could be a plan that as you said, it can't bind a future council. You have to vote on a budget each year, and a budget needs to be put together. But you could have the outline of what a plan would look like and have sort of the strategies in there.
Okay, so, and that could give some guidance to staff in the meantime for their priorities on working things. Second question. I really liked the slide you put out there on some of the deliberations in 21 for the 22 budget and actions that could have been taken at that time. So picking up on that, I took a pretty deep dive into those 21 deliberations. I was really interested in seeing what the various departments had done and discussing what they would do. And you had some of that in that chart. What I really liked about the greater detail in there is that there was a fairly full expression from most of the departments on what they would do to services. And as I look ahead to how do we communicate this to our residents? How do we present this in a discussion about a possible combination of a referendum and things that, especially the more draconian thing about saying, hey, if it's not approved, what's going to happen? So I'm not going to go through this in detail because I didn't have time to look at it in detail, but I just found it interesting. So you had that example in streets here, but the total 5% for them in that discussion was $852,000. They're going to eliminate 8 full-time employees and a bunch of seasonal employees. In addition to that drop-off thing, the list I picked off of the full discussion there was drop-off sites only 2 days a week. Each residence only gets 2 brush pickups per year, delayed leaf pickup, street sweeping once a year instead of 3, no planned street repairs at all except for primary streets. You could complain about a secondary street and streets would get to it if they could at some point in time. And then my favorite, of course, was the police, the savings of $3,451,000, eliminate 36 commission positions, and they provided a very long list of types of calls they would never respond, they couldn't respond to anymore, and if you had an emergency, there would be a delay. But I guess my favorite of all was the assessor's office, which isn't very big. But $138,000 for eliminating 2 assessment technicians. But the cost was that each year they would miss bringing about $4.8 million in tax revenue from new construction on. And that sounds like it would compound. And so over 5 years, that's $72 million of lost revenue at a savings of about $700,000 in salaries. So not a very good trade-off. But so I think it's the question here is, can we do that? You know, we've got these contingent budgets, so maybe we ask the departments, I don't know how they can get this all done, you know, look at a 5% decrease, a 10%, 15%, however high you have to go in case we have to do the draconian thing and do it all with expenses. Is that possible, that we can ask staffs for their budget input and their requests to do that kind of look again, where that they can tell us what this is going to do to services so that we can give that real palpable, realistic impact to our residents on this is what's going to happen?
We can certainly do that. I mean, the reason we put that information in front of you on the 5% reductions is to give you that sense of it's not an easy exercise, right? And there are services that are going to be affected. Or in many instances, the agencies, and you could see that in the survey responses, they're like, you know, the best we can do is hold positions vacant because we don't want to talk about what services we would reduce. And that's a big challenge for us. So I think to turn around what you said, you asked the question of, well, what can we, you know, as a council talk about? You may want to talk about, these are all the services you get right now. Do you like those services? And, you know, that, how do those services affect you? What do you benefit from those? And that might be the approach you want to take. But definitely as a contingency plan, we might have to look at a larger level of reductions combined with maybe some of these other revenue options that we wanted to hold for future years, like a special charge and things like that.
Okay, a final question. 2 weeks ago, you went through an explanation of what state law does in terms of a penalty if we decrease the public safety budget too much. Is it possible to get an estimate of what we could do to those budgets before we hit the penalty phase?
Yes, and we'll put that together once we have the cost to continue completed.
Okay, thank you, Director. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Alder Miadze.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. One, is it possible to do both with also have a referendum with special charges at the same time?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Are you talking into your mic or?
Is it possible to do both at the same time, a referendum with a special charge?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And the referendum, how will it be worded? Is it a chance that possibly having a set amount, you mentioned like $24 per increase a month per household for tax?
So the referendum language requires a dollar amount, a total dollar amount in terms of increase in the levy. It's not expressed as an increase on an average value home. So that would be more a determination of, we can show you those calculations of, you know, an increase in the levy at different levels and what that might mean in terms of the impact on the average value home. But the ballot itself has to have what the total dollar increase in the levy is. But yes, we can look at those options.
All right. You talked about the special charges, but you didn't mention anything about the wheel tax?
Well, in the presentation we made 3 weeks ago, we showed what the effect of increasing the wheel tax might be. Well, there's currently a $40 wheel tax. Mm-hmm. And I think each $10, if I recall correctly, is about $1.7 million or so. And just a reminder that Madison's $40 amount is, among the highest in the state. So,
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Conklin.
Thank you, President Curry. Thank you, Director Schmidtke. One of my questions, can you go back to the slide where we started in 2012 about the debt and what we've been doing since then to change that? Yes, thank you. So with this here that we see, can you explain what was the debt deficit in 2012? And can you tell us what or how much we have made to come out of that deficit to get us to this $27 million deficit? Because my question is the things that we have implemented already, how much has that changed the budget? Has it put it in us in the positive?
So with each of those budgets, it did balance the budget and it closed the gap. Now, some of those measures were one-time measures and we had to, then address it next year. But most of these were permanent approaches to balance the budget.
So
now, since the pandemic, what we've seen is, our revenues fell. We got one-time money from the federal government through the American Rescue Plan Act, which we used to sort of fill that budget gap. And we used some other one-time monies from closed tax increment districts and from our fund balance. And so we were able to maintain service levels during the last few years. And the 2024 budget was balanced using about 17, 18 million of one-time money. And so when we get to 2025, that one-time money is no longer there. So that's a portion of that cost to continue, in addition to the the increases in cost to maintain current service levels. And so when you talk about how we've gotten to where we are today, I would say through the pre-pandemic point, the budget was balanced. We would have a structural gap each year along the lines of what we showed you on that slide when we look out over the next 5 years. Maybe 7 to 10, maybe a little bit more million per year. And we would have employed things like what we've done before to close those gaps. But the gap has gotten larger over the last few years because of the economic effects of the pandemic on city revenues. And the fact that the revenues structure that we do have in the city, like we don't have a sales tax and we don't have an income tax to sort of capture that economic growth that's occurred since the pandemic, over the last few years, like the state and the county have seen with increases in sales tax revenues and income tax revenues, the massive surplus the state has, for example. And so we're sort of locked into that property tax and a limited growth in the property tax. And so that's a big reason we have the gap we do right now, going into 2025.
And when you say pre-pandemic to now, can you tell me how much we've gone into debt since pre-pandemic to now that we're at the 27? What were we pre-pandemic? What would you say? 10?
We probably would be 10, 15 million a year, maybe less than that in some years. It would depend on a whole series of factors in terms of what was happening with increasing costs, what might be happening with our net new construction with property taxes and things like that. So a lot of sort of combination of factors with each budget.
And so when we have all these programs and things that came from ARPA funding and it's about to end, run out, then is the program running out too? Is that the end of it when the money runs out, or are we still trying to keep those programs going?
So just as a reminder, the city received $47 million. A little less than half of that was spent on community services programs. So in effect, those were one-time investments. So you probably recall the list of those. Some of that is going to go to the new men's homeless shelter. Some of that is going for economic development grants, things like that. So those programs will end. The other half of that 47 million we used to help balance the budget over the last few years. And so the last element of that is about $5 million that is a part of balancing the 2024 budget. Plus we applied fund balance from our rainy day fund, about 9 million. Plus we applied another, I think, 6 million or so from surpluses from closed tax increment districts. So all of that's one-time money to maintain the current level of services that are delivered by the city.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Latimer Burrs.
Yeah, so can you just repeat what you said, the last part of what you said? I wanted to make sure.
Alder, can you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the last part of, first of all, thank you so much for this and to putting up with us asking a lot of questions and walking us through this. I think it's going to make a difference. Can you just repeat the last part of what you said so that we can get that clearly when you leveled out, like we use this, we use that, we use this? Sure, thanks.
So in the 2024 budget, that budget includes sort of the last element of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, which is about $5 million. And then there was money applied from the city's fund balance. That was about $9 million. And then there was some tax increment district surplus money that was also applied. And so that's one-time money that has to be sort of replaced in 2025, and that's a portion of that $27 million gap that we have.
Okay, thank you. And then just to follow up on Alder Conklin's question is, so each year you could tell us, like, before the budget was balanced, you'd be able to say, in 2012, if we didn't do anything, we would have had a deficit of XYZ. In 2013, it would have been XYZ. Do we have those figures all the way going from 2012 to 2023?
We haven't pulled that all together, and it's kind of difficult to do that. I mean, I can sort of tell you generally they tended to be around $10 to $15 million each year. Sometimes they were lower than that, depending on a number of factors in terms of what was happening with health insurance or what was happening with certain revenues the city was getting and things like that.
Okay. And then just really about thank you for this process. I mean, I'm going to ask a question. I don't know if everybody's thinking about it, but will you make recommendations? I mean, can you just put together the budget with your best, with what you think is best? I mean, this is so complicated, and I know that you see it over long term. How will you guide us? I mean, you're already guiding us. We won't just be picking out different categories that we think are irrelevant. So let's say I don't like rats, and I'm making this up, and I just say we got to get rid of the rat project. What are you going to guide us through, or how do you do it when you up to this point, up until 2024? How did you do it? How do you make your recommendations?
I think to answer your question around how do you move forward, I mean, ultimately, you as a body are going to have to decide on the budget. And so we're here as early as we are in the process because of the magnitude of the gap. And I think, what you're going to see on the next few slides after we get through these questions is more a discussion, not so much about the specific things to cut or whatever, but more of what are your priorities generally? What values do you have? How do we sort of balance that between should it be revenues that we're looking at or expenditure and service reductions, a combination of them? And so I think that's the balancing test that I think we've gone through with every budget since 2012 and the advent of the levy limit structure that we have today. And so I think the magnitude's a lot larger than we've ever seen. And so the sort of menu of options we have is difficult to get to that level And that's why we're looking at, does it need to be an increase in property taxes, that the only way we can do that is through a referendum, as one example.
And so I know that you probably are like, well, we got to make the decision, as a council, and I'm going to be I'm going to guide you, but I'm not going to give my opinion as much, just information and facts, facts and information. But there's not a one-off on this. In other words, it's not, would you say that's correct? Or would you say, if you were guiding us, it's not going to just be a revenue, it's not going to just be a cut, it's not going to be a special fee? Is it always a combination of things?
I would say usually it is, and actually you've kind of given a good preview to one of the next slides, so thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. The conversation has raised certain questions, or the questions have raised certain questions. So have we looked at our TIF, the status of various TIF districts? Are any ready to be closed? And if there are, will you start to provide some of that information? And then the other question I have is just from looking at this chart, in 2019, there was that shift library collection to capital. And over the years, we've shifted a lot of things that were expenses to the capital budget. And are there other opportunities to do that? I know we've changed some staffing, like maybe even stuff that Dan does, he's still here, has been put onto the capital budget as a way to, take it out of the operating.
To answer your first question on the tax increment districts, we've actually built some of that into the forecast. So we sort of know when TIDs are going to close, and we've built that in already. I will say, though, that if we have surpluses in TIDs when they close, just a reminder, that's one-time money. That doesn't really permanently address what we're talking about here. I think your question on capital, if we had a lot of time to talk about this, which we don't, I think from a finance perspective, we are probably doing too much in the capital budget with operating money. Operating costs in the capital budget. We have moved hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, from what was in the operating budget into the capital budget in staff costs. And so from a sort of what we should be using debt to finance, it really should be the asset itself. Now, we've expanded that argument to be that, well, you do need staff to put the asset in place. But nonetheless, and I think the policy forum presentation touched on this a little bit, our debt level is, relatively high per capita, and it has increased. The moderating factor with that is we have a very robust tax base. And so that growth in debt has been sort of moderated by a commensurate growth in our, property values, for example, which is the source of how we pay that debt back primarily. So yeah, it is an option. It's been an option that's been employed in prior budgets, but I think, we've done a lot with it already, and the options to use it further in the operating budget are I would say, very limited.
Thank you.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to recap what I heard is that for the $47 million that was received, and correct me if I misheard it, the $47 million that was received from the ARPA funding, less than half went to community services as a one-time investment, half went to balance the 2024 budget. And so as a one-time investment, and we've talked about different avenues that we could really impact community. We talked about city services, but how do we consider community services? How do we consider the list of community service spending that we did with ARPA funds, and how do we consider, since this is a one-time investment, how is this impacting community services? Is that something that's high on the list, or how, and could you say more about that? And I don't really know how I'm asking, but that sticks in my mind because that's a one-time investment and that money is gone. And so that's a gap that cannot be replaced.
So just to go back to under the American Rescue Plan Act, the city received through what's called the State and Local Fiscal Relief Fund, the city received $47 million. A plan was brought to the council. That plan included spending roughly half of the money on a series of community services areas to try to address the impacts of the pandemic on certain vulnerable populations. And so there was a listing of the items. I tried to kind of list a little bit of them off. For example, the men's homeless shelter, some funding going there. Undocumented individuals, assistance to them, economic development grants, a whole series of programs with the recognition that that was one-time money, and it was meant to address the sort of immediate economic effect of the pandemic. And then the other half of the money was used starting in the 2021 budget to help balance the city budget, maintain current services, and that was one of the categories allowed under the federal law. And actually, under the calculation under federal law of our lost revenues and maintaining government services, we could have spent all of that $47 million on the city budget and maintaining programs. And that just shows the amount of revenue loss that we had relative to the pre-pandemic trend. So that is one-time money in community services. It's also one-time money that was used to balance the budget. It wasn't all used in 2024. It's been used, over the last few years since 2021. The remaining amount that was used in the 2024 budget was about $5 million or so. So you can find the detail on what was in that plan approved by the council. I think we have a website on the finance page that kind of highlights what all of those items are in terms of how that roughly $23 million was spent on community services.
Are you complete, Alder? Yes, I'll come back with a second question. Alder Wahili?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, David. Are there any opportunities to seek grants and funding through the state and federal grants to supplement the budget?
I would say that's not a viable option, no.
No, okay. No. And my second question is to explore private and public partnership for revenue generation projects such as EMS or Metro?
Well, again, Metro, that's a possibility. I would say it's probably not going to be a significant amount relative to the $27 million. But certainly the extent to which Metro has expanded to partner communities, for example, the amount of funding that those partner communities pay for the service, that does kind of help with the overall overhead cost of Metro. So it does have some slight benefit to the city. But that's pretty marginal relative to the overall gap.
And my final question is about the BRT. So this 27 million deficit, is that reflected on the BRT operation budget once it's implemented?
So the forecast we put together does reflect what at least what we know in terms of all of the programs that are either in the general fund or supported through the general fund, such as the general fund subsidy to Metro, the general fund subsidy to public health, for example. That's all built into the forecast as much as we can kind of predict that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Alder Vitiver.
So we can't do a sales tax.
Are there other taxes we can do? Room tax, can we increase? Can we do a restaurant tax? Can we tax soda? Can we tax tobacco products? Can we tax gas? Like, is there anything in our toolbox?
You said room tax, that's the only thing in our toolbox. And even that, we have a 10% room tax. That is among the highest in the state. If we were to increase it, let's say to 11%, so a 10% increase, that would generate roughly $2 million. 70% of that has to be spent on tourism activities. It doesn't benefit the general fund. And so the remaining 30% could benefit the general fund, but you can see the yield is relatively small with that. But no, we don't have a sales tax authority. We don't really have any other taxation authority beyond either the property tax or room taxes.
Thank you, Alder. Director, we have no other alders in the queue.
Then we will move on to the next step here. Thank you for your questions. I'm just going to have to log back in here. Oops. And of course, when under pressure, one can't type, so. All right. Are we ready? All right, so we'll move into the discussion phase of your committee of the whole. And so I think that this is really all about what are your values, what are your priorities in trying to make decisions relative to how do we address balancing the 2025 budget. So just a reminder about, we do have a vision and mission statement for the city, and you can see those there. I won't read them to you. And much of that was developed, it wasn't this council, but prior councils working with those councils in terms of setting what that vision is, what the mission is. And those values that we have associated with our vision and mission: equity, engaging with our residents, civic engagement, a community well-being where people can thrive and feel safe, shared prosperity, a stewardship of all of our resources, and then that service promise that we have as city employees around serving our coworkers, a member as the public, listening, communicating, treating everyone as they would like to be treated. So just a reminder of there's been dialogue around this that has really set in place what our vision, mission, values, and service promise are. And so turning to the objectives, I kind of referenced this at the beginning. We really want to understand your priorities for the 2025 budget as a part of the dialogue you're going to have now. And to listen to ideas and answer your questions regarding those strategies, and then try to reach a general consensus around that very broad strategy, and that we can come away after this evening's discussion with, we have a general sense of direction, and we'll bring that back to you in the form of a resolution for you to consider over your next couple meetings. And so, I think Alderman Latimer-Burtis, you kind of set the stage for this. This is a complex problem. There are no easy answers. There's no one solution. There's no sort of magic bullet with any of this. We have very limited tools. I think Alder Vitterver just listed off a series of tools that you will go to just about every other city in the country, and they can employ those and use those tools. We cannot. That is the way it's set up in Wisconsin, and that is the place that we live. So that's the process that we have to go through. We need long-term permanent solutions. Short-term solutions do only just push this to the next year and make the problem bigger. So just to keep that in mind. And then we've talked about this. Alder, you referenced a multi-year approach, and kind of keeping that in mind. We need to address 2025, but we also have to have some things still on the menu to use for subsequent years, because again, this financial structure that's set up under state law doesn't go away just because you pass a referendum or you balance this year's budget. There's a continuing structural gap. We can make it a lot smaller for future years and perhaps a little more easily digestible, but we can't, we just have to kind of keep that in mind for the future years. And so we have 3 questions to kind of prompt your discussion. I'll go through the 3 questions and then kind of come back to them. So first is, what are your priorities for this upcoming budget? And so, like, is it maintaining services? Is it maintaining staffing levels and we don't want to have layoffs? Is it about pay equity for all city employees, which has been a priority of this council in the past and has been adopted through past resolutions? Do you want to minimize increases on the tax bill or municipal services bill, or are you concerned about progressivity versus regressivity? So think of that as one discussion prompt, and we'll come back to this. The second is sort of, given your priorities, what strategies do you want to consider? And so if it's a focus on maintain services, avoid layoffs, then we really have to focus on revenues. If it's, we're really concerned more about the tax bill or the municipal services bill, then we have to look more at reducing expenditures, reducing services. And then the third prompt is, let's talk about the actions. What do you want to do on the revenue side or the expenditure side, or what sort of combination? So that's just to kind of give you 3 prompts to kind of get a dialogue going. I'll just go back to the first one, and I think turn it back to you, President Curry, about how you want to proceed with that discussion.
Sorry, I was trying to multitask. So you posed the 3.
I walked through the 3 questions, and so we're back on the, let's pose that first question. What are the council's priorities for the budget? And I think it's a matter of, do people want to jump in on that? Is it about services and maintaining services, avoiding layoffs? Is that a priority? Is that the highest priority? And if it is, then we should really move quickly to, let's talk about revenues. Or is it something else?
I think in discussion and what's already kind of been discussed, both at the last meeting and through questions here, my thought was that as alders are discussing, that they're incorporating all 3 of the points together instead of point by point.
Okay. I guess that's, what sort of combination of actions do you want to pursue then?
So, correct me. I guess I thank you for the presentation. If there are questions, would you be available for alders to ask? Because I don't want to have you standing up here the entire time we're discussing.
Well, I can stand, unless you want me to sit down. If I'm a distraction, I am kind of tall, so.
Committee of the Whole with Director Schmidtke.
No, and I can sit down if you like, if that would be better.
Yeah,
fine.
it just feels more formal presentation-wise, so I'm hoping discussions, if there are questions that arise, but
here.
The direction will be for alders and your comments and discussion points, thinking about all 3 of the prompts, thinking about all the information that's been compiled. And thank you again, Director Schmidtke and the entire Finance Committee, Wisconsin Policy Forum, labor folks who are with us today, because all of that obviously is going to factor into our discussions. And those of you who are on CCEC or may have tuned in know that there's, I believe, 5 community engagement events that are being planned throughout the city with concentrated areas where we're engaging constituents and getting their feedback as well. So I guess I open up the floor to discussion for folks. I know you all have been thinking about this question before tonight, but now that we have additional information, we even have folks still in the room with us that hopefully could ask questions or call upon to maybe bring information back to us that we can incorporate that. So I see a hand in the queue, Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Now I'm feeling insecure about my everything.
My biggest concern at the moment are the staff that work so hard for our city, that have been overlooked for many years or set aside. I've worked in a job where I've been asked not to have a pay increase for multiple years and did twice as much as I was doing, and it only embittered me. We've got so many staff who are working so hard every day, taking abuse, and I really don't want anyone to lose their job or have to take a pay decrease, you know? But then there's the whole, I'm not really offering solutions. I'm just saying, like, I want to keep our staff taken care of, because when they start going, as you only have a certain amount of time to keep people happy enough to continue doing what they're doing. And I would fear that they're close. And once they start leaving, that means that we have another problem to deal with. When it comes to people on fixed incomes and the most under-resourced, I don't want to raise taxes for anyone. But it seems like the state and our situation has put us in a place where we will have to ask more from our constituents than I want to, one. But we have to ask those things of our constituents to protect and meet the needs of a growing city. We are no longer a small town. We are a city. So this is a different ball game. And so I would really love to see a way forward with a referendum and any other way we can meet the needs of the city without having to ask our staff to do more and asking them to sacrifice more, because it only benefits us when we are seeing benefit. You know, we can sacrifice for only so long. So I don't know if that helps much, but that feels like one of my highest priorities, especially since they're asked to serve one another and serve our community, and we say that we value them. So I want to see us continue to value them and value them more than we have.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Alder Martinez Rutherford. And to say you're not contributing, I will push back on that. To me, that sounded like your priorities and values follow along with our service promise of the highest quality service for the common good, as well as shared prosperity. So thank you for that. Alder Bennett.
Thanks. I had a question for David. And I was just wondering if you had any suggestions about how we go about planning for anticipation of conflicting priorities. I mean, very clearly can see a conflict between, like, well, none of us are going to want to make a decision, but because they're not easy ones. But like, how if we have a priority of minimizing impact to staff, but then also prioritize a priority of like minimizing local tax increases. Do you have a specific suggestion about like what the path forward on that would look like? Or would the path forward be choose one over the other?
Alder, I think that's the challenge in this process. I mean, you can't have both of those things that you just described. So that's the point we've tried to make in these presentations is the menu of options is extremely limited under state law. We don't have other options like a sales tax or something like that that might be able, for example, to export some of this cost to visitors to the city or folks who work in the city who don't live in the city and things like that that other places have. So I think that's part of the values and priorities discussion that you're having this evening around, I think, expressing that. So there's no easy path through that. You can have mix of approaches to maybe try to ameliorate it on one side or the other, but I don't think there's a way to sort of have no revenue increase and no reduction in spending with this. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Alder Bennett and I guess other alders, I'm picking up on a synergy of alders asking in different ways how we should approach this. And I think, again, bringing back to that decision is ours and reminding ourselves of all the opportunities that we are engaging with not only staff, but constituents. And again, the question of taking something to referendum is still at the hands of the public. So that I also see as a measure of helping us guide our decision. Alder Evers.
Thank you, President Curry, and thank you, David, and everybody who's written letters to us over the past several weeks expressing their concerns, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions that you've asked. We've been looking at this for weeks now, and each of us have had opportunity to study the materials that were provided to us by staff, and those were really, really good, high-quality materials, and deeply grateful. I want to underscore what Alder Martinez Rutherford said about a value about maintaining our staff and not seeking to balance our budget on the backs of our staff, either through pay cuts or layoffs. And I think she said it quite well, and I don't need to underscore it anymore, but that is one of my values. And also this notion that we're a growing city and we need to maintain services in a growing city. But those services also include supporting our nonprofits. I don't want to balance our budget on the backs of our nonprofits. The many needs that we have in our community, the nonprofits that we're well aware of, our community centers, our neighborhood centers, the employees who provide those after-school activities for our kids. I don't want to balance our budget on the backs of our nonprofits. So knowing that we can't have it all, that hard choices have to be made, one of the values that was presented to us is there a way of moving forward that is considered least regressive? And the least regressive, as far as I understand, of our options is not special charges. Increasing special charges, we know it is more regressive than increasing property taxes. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind moving forward. What are options moving forward that will be least regressive? So I also just want to also add that while we don't want to increase the burden on our residents, and any burden is a burden, but for the average property owner, we're talking about less than $1 per day that we would be asking residents to vote for in order to maintain these high-quality services, in order to maintain our staffing levels and our hardworking employees without pay cuts, in order to maintain the services that people have come to expect in a city like Madison. And so I'm my value is that we move forward on the revenue side and we choose a referendum for the full amount. And then think to the future about what other options are available to us. And I have some ideas about that as well. But the least regressive solution is the one that I'm in favor of. That appears to be an increase, a referendum to increase the property tax burden to exceed the levy limit. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. Ditto to what's been said so far. Thank you, everyone who's sent in letters and the presentation and everything. When talking about these priorities, just for myself, I agree that we should keep the staff that we have. The city is already understaffed with how many people are moving in. I think a while back during the last budget discussion, I heard the number that we're supposed to be adding 20 new staff members for the amount of people moving in per year. We are not doing that. It feels like, as Alder Martinez Rutherford said this earlier, where we're not a small town anymore. We are a medium-sized city. And it's weird to kind of see that because it feels like we are a small town some way. It feels like we're a small town with big town conveniences, big city conveniences, and that's because we do invest so much in what we do. And I want to keep it that way. So with that being said, obviously keeping the staff is important. If we do increase any fees, I want to make sure that they are equitable. As Alder Evers was saying, I don't want to focus on regressive taxes and or fees. And if we do, maybe implement credit programs similar to, I believe it's called MadCap, the water utilities program. So that it's a really great program, something we can maybe reinvent somewhere else for other fees, explore those options. I also want to go into this with the long-term thinking that it deserves, because as hard as this budget this year is going to be, next year's it's going to be probably more difficult. So those are kind of my priorities going into this. Also, housing, I want to make sure that's funded as much as we can. But obviously that's going to be rough as well. But I really want to emphasize the long-term thinking. I think that's a big one. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Yeager.
Thank you, President Curry. My thoughts are flowing in about the same direction as some things that were said here. I think in particular, thinking strategically about how we sell to the residents, not sell, but explain and encourage the adoption of an appropriately sized referendum. That we'll do a better job of that if we adopt I'm going to say a 3-year plan. And I say 3 years because that gives us some time to take advantage of the redistricting that's just taken place. There's going to be a different complexion in the state legislature. And that will give us time to go and work with our communities and school districts across this whole state. They're all constrained. Some of them are in worse condition than we are. Surely there is going to be some sort of pressure to bring to a new complected legislature to look at things like a different revenue sharing formula or a local sales tax for certain cities. So if we go forward with that plan, then I think we're looking at a combination of a referendum, maybe the more equitable things we can do on fees. I'm very worried about that because of how regressive it is. And then some unavoidable adjustment to staffing, but not a huge amount. And we can look at that even, and I would say, I said this in the executive committee when I was interviewed about filling this slot. Let's not do what this country has done most of the time, and balanced budgets on the back of the most vulnerable people that we have. Let's take a look at maybe 2 parts of what we would have to do in years 2 and 3 on staffing and so forth. and see if we can make some adjustments so we don't place the hardest burden on the services we delivered that would most disadvantage our most vulnerable residents. And on the staff side, I can't say, I haven't met a staff group that didn't impress me. And that goes down to the people that I interface with that are everything from sweeping my street to helping me get out of the snowdrift. And it's hard to say what we do there, but if we're looking at 3 years, we don't have, obviously we have to have that contingency budget for losing the referendum. That'll be a really tough one. But if we look at 3 years, then we've got time to do the best possible job and make the best possible adjustments on maintaining services the best we can. But I'd sure like, in valuing our employees, to at least keep our pay parity or equity. It's a commitment this council, I know, made, and I'd sure like to see that adhered to. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. We have Alder Madison, followed by Alder Vitterer.
Thank you, Chair. So just trying to, because I'm tired, but trying to use the discussion prompts to keep me in line. So if I look at the phone, I'm looking at that. But I absolutely, sort of like Alder Evers, because I do think the least regressive way is to go to referendum for the full amount. Because if we don't go in that direction, we're going to pay for it anyways, I guess. So for example, I think it was Dan who mentioned earlier, for example, let's just say 270 employees were cut off. That's going to increase the burden on nonprofits to serve people that they're already having a hard time serving. It's going to increase, for those who work in nonprofits, and that's our day-to-day lives, we don't have answers for the folks we already are getting calls from. I have 3 calls today for people living in their cars, and one person who is needing food. And so for those of us that are already in this day-to-day sort of like social supports kind of work, we are already stressed by not having places to refer them. So if we sort of begin on a road of cutting staff, we will somehow have to eat the cost of cutting staff too, because we're going to see pressure on nonprofits, our inability to serve these folks, which would be another 270, for example, city employees who will likely need homelessness services, who would need food pantry services, who may need some level of health insurance, some sort of emergency services, because your dental stuff doesn't stop because you don't have a job, for example. So I do think if we don't work to sort of like save the staff that we have, we're going to have these costs to deal with them not having jobs anyways. Also, the homelessness shelter is seeing an increase in folks who are using that space. So just thinking in the long term, like how do we sort of not only maintain a level of services for people who are homeowners or renters or who are pretty stable, but how do we ensure we also maintain a level of community care to people who are unable to sort of like provide that same level of care for themselves? Because again, too, if we cut staff, we are going to have to figure out how to serve those people we've cut in the services that they receive across the city. So it's not like you cut them and then they just move to Chicago or something, They're going to be here needing services that we are already having a difficult time providing. So I also would love to ensure that their pay, we don't stop giving them the increases that they need or they're on track to get. I do believe, though, that there can be some special charges somewhere that aren't as regressive, that aren't creating a burden on sort of like the lowest income earners. I don't know what that looks like, but I do think that we should be telling taxpayers that we do want to I believe we should go to referendum, and we're going to create some new revenue here as well in this other space. But for me, I don't want to create an increase in homelessness or folks needing food, folks needing like healthcare subsidies. I just don't want to create that sort of issue. The other thing I wanted to also ask is, it's like we don't have a plan. We have all these folks coming to the city, right? I think it's a couple thousand people we're adding every year. And then you have these couple hundred folks who are, I think it's like maybe 260 or so, that are being added, for example, for trash pickup. And so I guess what I'm saying is we still need to fill jobs. I don't want to see a pause in filling jobs because are we supposed to work like 20 hours? We do a whole lot of work. And most of us work more than those 20 hours. And we're taking on more than what we pay for. I know we signed up for it. We ran for office to do it, but they haven't signed up for it. That's almost like, I'm not saying I want somebody to take us to court, but to be overworked and overburdened in a job, like a 40-hour job, and taking on more and serving more without being compensated and without having the workforce necessary to meet the demand of new folks moving to the city. Just taking a look at, like, if we said we're going to cut back on, snow removal, like look at the mess we were in, a month or two ago. People wanted like all the snow to be gone overnight. Like they wanted nothing out there to drive on. So, would people be okay not having like their snow cleared? We already know the answer is no. They're not gonna be okay with that. So I wanna see us keep the staff we have and figure out how to fill positions because the staff we do have is overburdened. And we're gonna see a decrease in, morale, the level of service. Madison and all of its, progressiveness demand sort of like a boutique level of services here. Folks do not want subpar services. I don't want them either. But we got to pay, I just want to, so for me, my priority is ensure folks don't lose their jobs, fill jobs that need to be filled because I don't want a person responsible for serving 500 people, for example, having to serve 750 people without the support that they need. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Alder Vitiver.
I want to enunciate what Alder Madison just said, which is that these aren't just our values, these are our residents' values. I don't think there's anybody on this body who's had someone come to them and say, oh, no, I'm good. You don't need to do more services for me, right? I mean, I got asked today, can you do another brush pickup? Because I had a lot of trees come down on my yard. We have people saying, can you do more traffic stops in my area? Because, there's people speeding. Can you open the libraries more? So these are our residents' values as well as ours. And I just want us to try to keep that in mind because that's really who we're serving in this role. And so we need to make sure that we are recognizing that we're explaining when we talk about what we need to do to be able to close this gap is that it is to meet the needs of our community, full stop.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
My camera on. I am hearing from a lot of people that referendum is a path forward that we're interested in taking, and that makes me very happy because I also am in agreement that here, I'm going to lower my hand, sorry. I'm also in agreement about doing a referendum, though I don't want to lose in that equation the impact referendum has on everyday people, particularly those of fixed incomes. I know $1 a day might not seem a lot, but it can certainly add up to people that are on fixed incomes. And $300 becomes an insurmountable amount. That being said, I also understand how doing something like that, as opposed to a flat fee applied across income levels, is not ideal. So I don't want us to pigeonhole ourselves into this thinking that a referendum is the only path forward. If we can all agree that we want to do a referendum of some sort, great. Let's then decide what is the number that we want for a referendum. That is the question. I don't see any other way that we can get around this problem without a referendum, but I'm sure that the idea in my head might differ than the idea in your heads. So that's what I really would like to hear. And my priorities include minimizing position and service reductions, and then secondly, mitigating housing cost increases, especially in a market where we are experiencing extreme upward pressure. And in the long run, maximizing all available tools, especially those that have not been explored yet. I think that to what Alder Vitever was saying, when I think of city services that my neighborhood is asking for, it certainly comes down to top priority being transportation. And one very available resource that we have not explored yet is a transportation fee, which transportation is a public good that everyone takes on, and yet Yang's and Tom Lynch's budget is extremely tight. And I think that that's something where we can explore that, given its high priority on everything, we can explore it. Doing some nominal, very small transportation fee that's spread across everyone in the city of Madison to do their share about our shared priority of transportation. All that being said, as we move forward, I'd love to understand more about where you stand about if we're going to do a referendum. How much do you want this full 27 million, or do you want to do a 27 million in combination with other items? Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field.
Thank you, President Curry. So the 5% cut scenario prepared by staff agencies and finance for the 22 budget was very informative, and frankly, it was shocking for me to read through that last night when preparing for the discussion here tonight. Those were some very, very large cuts to libraries, police, fire, streets, and many others, and those cuts represent a large reduction in staff and services that would hurt our city as it continues to grow. And that was only to find 12.2 million when it was done 3 budgets ago. So that's less than half of the estimated gap we face for 2025. And so for these reasons, I think we should ask the voters to consider raising our property taxes via a referenda in order to avoid laying off our essential city staff and avoid these dramatic service cuts. I remain concerned about the projected growth in the structural deficit over the following years. I think we need to be very selective with any growth to existing programs in the budget. And I think we probably need to avoid creating new programs altogether until this year-over-year deficit increase is under control. This is a heavy topic because the consequences of a tax increase would be very real, especially for our low-income and fixed-income residents. I think a referendum would be more acceptable to our community if it were paired with lowering municipal service bill fees or the vehicle registration fee for the year 2025. It would be a less regressive balance of revenue sources for 2025, and a future council could then reconsider the level of those fees in a future budget year if they need to.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, President Curry. I think people are speaking, very wisely about why a referendum makes sense, but I'm still stuck on it could fail, and we're not talking about what that looks like. And so I think not only do we say maybe in a future year we would look at these special charges, but we should look at it as our plan B. Because when I see that the transportation budget could raise, if you put it in the fee, 27 million, I gotta say that kind of stuck in my brain. And maybe it's not the answer. I understand it's regressive compared to what I would never have called progressive real estate taxes. And I think I kind of go back to what Dan started us with. The system's rigged. It's not like we don't mean well, we don't care about staff, we don't want these services. We do. We know it's important. We share the values, as Regina said, with our residents. So it's pretty straightforward, but what is our strategy to get through this year And I guess I think we should ask, I mean, okay, we didn't also discuss the referenda, not only how much money should we ask for, and I think most people, Alder Bennett said all of it, but should we then ask for the permanent solution or the one-time solution? And I gotta say, today I learned what that permanent solution means. It means in the next year, in 2026, there's not a 27 million gap, there's maybe a 7 million gap. And as an alder who's done many budgets, you start out with that, oh, the gap, it's $7 million. And then we'll be like, oh yeah, $7 million. We could handle that, I think. Anyway, but I don't want to tell people for the next 3 years, we're going to then tell them that the base of their taxes is 20, or if we're going to tell them that, we need to really explain why. Because I think it's not a one-time thing, we should write it so that it's several years. So then there's other, we talk about what do we do in the future as to, although Yager is talking about like what's our 3-year plan. And we talked about, and Alder Ramani has at the intro first, a thing about the sales tax. Let's get more information. Let's start working on that. I think that's a medium-term plan. And then there's something that, we almost had, and that's the Regional Transit Authority. Man, do you remember that? I do, because it was pulled away from us. We won it, and then it was just ripped away. But that is the kind of thing, we talk about regional transportation, say that's a value, that's something that helps everybody. That is something to look at too in the medium term. But then back to the short term, what's our plan B? We have to have one that's just more onerous. We have to. We can't just say, oh, this is going to pass, because the school district might have one. And then, I don't know, people, are they going to feel like I could do one but not two? I don't know what people will do. I live in a little bubble district. They'll probably vote for it, but I don't know that all of you live in anything quite like District 6, and maybe that's for the better. But the point I'm getting at, one thing I thought of is somebody asked about the wheel tax, and I can't tell you, people still complain about that. Could we use this transportation charge if we did something like that and take away the wheel tax? Say, we will take away the wheel tax, which is the most regressive. You own a junk car, you pay whatever, $40 or whatever you pay, no matter what. And then we could cover it with something you wouldn't see directly in a bill from the DMV. Anyway, it's just a thought. So I don't really have, and one thing, I agree with Alder Dina, we don't want to have staff, we want to, we had our backs for our staff. But what I heard from that email from the resident and from Dan tonight is man, there's so much more work for just picking up the trash I didn't even really know about. So what, we can't just say, oh, maintain, how are we doing? We know people are coming here. So in some ways we have to grow some stuff. We can't just say it's flat so I don't know how we do that, but I'm just putting it out there. So I'm not sure I helped a whole lot. Oh, one more thing. We could have a sunset. We could have these special charges and say, we'll do it for, I don't know, 3-5 years. We never got rid of the urban forestry, but doesn't mean we just have to pile on fees, especially if we could solve, the state level stuff. That's it. Thank you. Thanks for holding this meeting.
Alder, for clarification, when you're saying sunset for some of those special fees, you're saying set a deadline, we will only implement this fee for this. Okay, thank you. Vice President Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, President Curry. So when I initially started the process of understanding how to get to a recommendation, I took Dave's videos and a meeting with him before watching the last video, and I'm still apologizing for that. I watched that last video a lot, and from that video, I needed clarity to see what actually all those calculations that he was throwing at us meant. So of course, I pulled Excel and I did my own table with all the different fees. Stop judging me, Alder, President, whatever. But it really helped me. It really helped me understand What is at stake when we talk about the ambulance fee or the vehicle registration fee, or when we talk about the room tax. So, Juliana, you're not muted.
大测试写对了，那你有一跳不对，我把它编一个。
Who's that?
我往上 search 了一个页网，我没有把它给搞出来。
说这什么？
我有一段。
Dang, can you?
Okay, thank you. And then also after I went ahead and calculated all the different possibilities that we could combine to have a referendum, but not a full referendum. I also look at the scenario of a 1% decrease like we had last year across the entire budget, and also look at the 8% scenario versus to get the $27 million, and the 15% scenario where we take out public service and just attach 15% cuts to the rest of the staff. And in addition to that, I took the top 8 agencies on our budget to just see exactly, what are we talking about when we're talking about services. So the fire department helped me get the CARES budget in line there so I could understand exactly what the numbers were. And the police department was, of course, on top of it, a service that is a 24-hour service that they provide. And then from there, we talk about streets, which includes the recycling, the winter, the snow, the ice, the street repairs, the pick of the garbage, and the sweeping of the leaves. So all of those, I went through the budget and I made separate lines for each of those to see how much cuts that will go all the way down to parks and community development, which includes many of those organizations, like all the support that we have provided to youth development and domestic violence and older adult services. So I didn't do this to tell staff, hey, here's my wish list, or here are my values, or here's how we should do the budget. I just did that because it was important for me to understand the actual dollar amounts that we were talking about and try to assess what that meant on the impact on staff, on the impact of the city services. I also went last year and I looked at the budget asks of the top agencies where they tell you how much 1% will mean for cuts. And last year we cut 1%. So you do have there some idea of what 1% is, and you can then multiply that by 8, and you will then get a better idea what 8% will mean for services across the city. So after doing all of that, and I also got very familiar with the mill rate, which Dave had helped me put a blog together a few years ago, but I had to go back to it and really understand how those calculations are, to how much, to figure out the formula to be able to calculate the value of a home and calculate what the tax for the city is. So again, a reminder there that when people talk about taxes, I have gotten, has been my response every time someone brings taxes to the conversation, to remind people that the tax bill, we only collect 34% of that bill. So when we're talking about someone that is paying 200, the average value of a home, we are talking about like the cost, less than the cost that a private company will charge you for picking garbage once a month. So I get that people that have means pay more taxes, but at the end of the day, that full tax bill does not come to the city of Madison. It's only 34%. So I just don't want people to lose sight of that. 34% for all the services that people receive on the city is really not, I don't know the word that Alden Madison said earlier, but we do get a lot of services. I got an email last night comparing us to bigger cities. The context was that we shouldn't leave, this is a small city and we shouldn't be living like we are a big city somewhere else. And I'm wondering, like I asked, can you give me some examples of what cities survive on a budget like Madison with the services that Madison provides. Like I would like to challenge anyone to provide that information to me because I really don't know how is it that we do it. So after doing all these analysis of all the data and all the numbers in front of me, and thank you, Dave, for putting all those videos together, really appreciate it. And after listening to the second presentation and seeing that slide that showed the gap continue to be increasing every year, I am convinced that the best path forward is to have a full referendum and a plan and be working already on a plan for the following year on which fees we can then use to control the smaller amount of money. Because to use a combination of fees or a combination of cuts plus a referendum to cover $27 million is going to get pretty messy pretty quick, and the messaging for our constituents is going to get harder and harder trying to explain what we're trying to do here. So I think the simplest way is to do the $27 million on the referendum or whatever the number ends up being. And then, of course, we need a second path to that. I definitely do not want to have a fee that will be a flat fee for everybody, but the transportation fee that Dave has discussed with us in the past is something, sure, we can get $27 million from there, but we could perhaps also, instead of just having $27 million fee on the next budget, then have a combination of that fee with maybe the ambulance fee, a service that generates a lot of money over the years. This year it generated like $11 million, and that impacts a group of people that kind of have resources. So impacts people that have health insurance. So those of us that have health insurance kind of support paying that fee. And for people that don't have, we charge the health insurance company for that. So for people that cannot afford or don't have health insurance and cannot afford to pay the fee, we have something on the side to support them through using the ambulance. So to me, it would be maybe the backup plan will then be having that transportation fee that Dave mentioned and study how to figure that out, but maybe a combination of that with, and again, I feel the ambulance fee is the best route of all the other fees that we have, a combination of those two things to reach then the 27 million gap if the referendum doesn't pass. So I know that was a long story there, but I am in support of the full referendum with a backup plan for the transportation fee combination with another existing fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Alder Duncan.
Oh, thank you, President. First, I want to thank staff for putting the resources together for us. It at least helped me be able to dive into where we are as a city and where potentially we can go for the future. Coming into this meeting, I was leaning towards a mixed approach for this first year for 2025, taking a couple of $1 million here from expenditures and raising some fees and then putting the remaining balance on the referendum. But listening to my colleagues tonight, I'm seeing what that approach would actually do. It would force our already hardworking staff to do even more with fewer resources, which I personally do not think is acceptable for the city of Madison. I think it will also be cutting city services, public safety, and community resources, which will have a negative impact on our day-to-day lives for us and also for our residents, which that too, I believe, is something that is unacceptable for the city of Madison. And the other thing that it will be doing is it will be raising those fees higher than most cities in Wisconsin, and it will be regressive, and it will cause those individuals who cannot afford things to even have to fight harder to be able to afford the things that some people are able to afford very easily. So I am now leaning toward a full $27 million or whatever number it is referendum, with the understanding that for next year and the year after that, we are going to have to really start looking at how we can potentially raise fees or potentially reduce services for our city if we are not able to balance the budget next year.
Thank you, Alder. There's a couple alders in the queue, but since we have a committee of the whole, I do want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So if it's not, without objection, if I'm able to go to the alders who are in queue who have not yet spoken, return to alders who have. Thank you. Alder Miadze.
Thank you, President. So I guess since everybody spoke, I probably have to speak, but just to say my piece about it, because this is a very complex and very convoluted issue. First of all, being a strong union worker and working for 26 years at the same place, I know that jobs are important, and I don't want to see anybody lose their job. I'm even having a job fair this month at Warner Park. So I do believe in jobs, and I think it's critically important. It actually increases tax revenue for the city, which is huge. I'm really struggling with the referendum. You know, as an alder that lives in a district that is underserved and has apartments that run up and down Northport, I'm already getting emails about property owners raising taxes that they can't even afford their rent, which is very disheartening to me. And other people even also talk about raising taxes. So my values are about making sure that nobody loses a job, but at the same time, like MGR said, making sure that we have everybody on board helping out, whether it's MadCap, helping out with people with their electricity bill, and just making sure that we all, even right now, making sure that everything we vote on, I mean, whether it might be asking finance for fiscal responsibility, or how this is going to impact. I mean, we need to start now. I mean, this is important because people have been suffering for a while. Nobody came to the people and said, you know what? What about the will tax? We didn't take that to referendum, but yet people are burdened by that. You know, people are burdened by the recycling, regressive recycling tax. So, I mean, we need to be actually, I would love to actually see every single department, see what the priority is, and make sure that we're not burdening and making any decision without looking for the fiscal impact first. But like I said, it's a very, very convoluted issue and kind of like torn between both of them. But I know my priority is not cutting jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Alder Bennett began this conversation with, what do we do when there are competing values and priorities? And so that has continued to reverberate in these discussions. For me, missing is a fully informed, engaged community. And at the end of the day, they will be the ultimate decision makers. We must we must set a priority on educating the public. There will be trade-offs, absolutely. I ditto everything that has been said in it prior to this. Leaning toward the referendum, I am not fully supporting of 100%, and that being the answer. The wheel tax is certainly one of the highest, and I just renewed my license, and people are complaining about that. And so there should be a multidisciplined approach to this issue that we're looking at. And I don't think that 100% referenda is the answer. But what I understand that is missing, and those are the emails that many of us have been receiving, is that as we make those decisions and we establish what our priorities are, the missing piece for me is having an educated public so they can begin to weigh in. And so when we're making those decisions, we talk about the trade-offs, we talk about what we heard from the community, and we can make those decisions. But we do not, at this point, have a well-educated public that will line up and go to the polls and vote in favor of a 100% referenda, I don't think. So that is my input in going back to the trade-offs and having a well-educated public to weigh in on what ultimately will be their decision, not ours.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin.
Thank you, President. I'm going to keep my comments short and sweet. I'm going to reiterate a lot of what my colleagues have said. I think going to a referendum is a short-term solution for a long-term problem. So I think we need to continue to look for better solutions to serve our community with. But I think that that's the best that we're going to be able to come up with right now for the situation that's at hand, is to ask the community. And I think if we can direct the staff to, continue to dig into this issue and find out what other things we can do. But the one last thing I do want to reiterate is what Alder Harrington McKinney said, is that we need to educate the public. Please send your emails in, contact finance department, get your questions answered. Let's educate the folks as much as possible, get in front of them, campaigning, however we're going to do it, to try to help our residents and our constituents understand the process of why we're here today and what brought us to these decisions. So with that being said, I just hope that we can go forward with the referendum for our constituents to vote on. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Wahili.
Thank you, Chair. So I have mixed approach and mixed feeling. But before my recommendations or feedback for this is, first, I would like the staff to analyze the economic trend and the factors that contributed to this deficit, so that we don't come into this predicament again. And secondly is like I asked the question earlier, seeking other opportunities, grant fundings through the state and federal grants to supplement the budget. And then exploring private and public partnership to revenue generating project or services. That being said, I would like to see that we don't have our staff lose their jobs, but also we are hearing so many from our constituents and our nonprofit organizations that really provide community services, that they need to continue giving those services to our community. So with that, I haven't come up with my own decision in terms of next steps, but I would like to see a combination of referendum and also looking into other opportunities, whether we increase, we look for different revenues, but also look into increasing other opportunities so that we don't put the burden for our residents. One of my colleagues, I don't remember who, said that it's really burden for even, paying their payment for their mortgage. So increasing tax, it will be really a burden on them. But be creative and be innovative and looking into other avenue, but also increasing ways to, balance the budget. So I don't know where I am, but I will see a combination of different approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my feeling is if we're gonna, I guess the expression is if we're gonna either go big or go home on this one. Just asking for referendum is going to upset people. And I think also we need to kind of recognize that we're willing to, to demonstrate that we're willing to make some difficult cuts. And also that means not adding, giving the, we've made some decisions over the last couple of years on projects that some residents don't see as essential. And, we've also earlier this year, just to be blunt, we asked ourselves to give ourselves a salary increase. I don't think that really kind of set the right tone for now. Here we are, a couple weeks later, asking to increase taxpayer dollars. So I'm not real optimistic given the political climate and given the fact that we're going to have other referendums that we're going to be successful. But if we are going to, we might as well just go big, because just asking for a little bit is only to make the matter worse. So that's my 2 cents. Probably not what people want to hear, but that's kind of where I am, and I think what a lot of people in my district are kind of feeling. Thank you.
Alder, if I could ask a question back. I think at least what I heard from that was what you don't want. So the go big or go home, was that in reference to referendum or?
Referendum, yes. Yeah. And we need to start, the goal is just to, work to get, work on the structural deficit here. So, not just, so 27 million, maybe we should even be, looking a little beyond that, maybe, to get ourselves prepared for 2026, 2027. But then in the same time, we need to be willing to start showing how we're going to make some cuts and examine some projects that we may need to put on pause for a while. So,
thank you for the clarification. All right, we are back to alders who have had the opportunity to make a comment. Before we go on to them, I want to make sure alders who haven't had an opportunity to speak, and if they have anything to say, even if it is similar to what's been stated, that you have the opportunity to do so. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, so I said I wasn't going to comment on this tonight because I'm really truly thinking about it. It's the more we dig, the more complex it is. And, I'm the obnoxious one because I ask a lot of questions, and half of what I've asked on the floor, I bugged these guys about. I tend to think that, agree with Alder Tischler, that when I look at it, and I'm a layman, and I have, these guys are educating us, I think that if I was honest, I'd say we have to ask for even more to get us out of the hole we got us in, and to give us time to come up with solutions. The worst thing that I think is going to happen, I don't think it's going to happen, the worst thing that could happen is we don't get enough and we hobble along, and every year we go back and back and back. Nobody in this room, I don't think, wants to cut staff. Everybody, I think, agrees that staff works hard and probably we're understaffed. The question that the public is going to want answered, so I'm not really giving you a clear answer with what I'm saying, but the question what the public is going to say is, well, what did you guys learn? First of all, how did you get here? What did you guys learn? And then we can discount, and I want Director Schminneke to clarify the $324 a year, but we're talking about other people's pocketbooks. So if you're talking about even like $50, it's my $50. So I don't think we should just discount that. And if we want to talk about where it might have impact is where people are, I don't like the word low income, so I'll just say moderate income, fixed income, moderate income, and then, I have either some special fees or I have my taxes go up, I'm retired. I just think that we have to think broadly. So I don't know if it's a solution to ask for more than we need and take the hit. It's kind of like the alder pay. I mean, really, if we're going to take a hit for $2, we might as well take a hit for 20. So I'm still thinking on it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, President Curry. I just have a question, a clarification, and a statement, so sorry. So the question, I just want to be sure I noted this correctly for Director Schmidtke, that we are focusing on the general fund, right, which provides or, pays for some of the services and programming. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I wanted to clarify something Alder Fields mentioned early. I caught it, or did I say this morning? I'm so tired, sorry. You said a little bit ago, but you said something about not creating new programs. I just want to catch what you were saying.
Yeah, my suggestion was that we scrutinize carefully the expansion of programs and then probably not create new programs while we are still in a scenario where we have a gradually increasing deficit of several $1 million.
And I was just trying to understand, like when you talk about like what kinds of programs, like nonprofit funding or street program, I just want to try to understand what kind of programs not to create.
Yeah, I mean, for example, a few years ago, the city created the CARES program, which does really valuable things for the community, and that I'm glad that we have. And I don't know if we could create another CARES-sized programs again, that kind of thing. I mean, we need to be very careful expanding programs while we're so limited on the revenue side.
Gotcha. Okay. And so I just want to say a couple things. For me personally, I like complex problems and coming up with solutions and challenges. Like this is more so like how do we just get to the end goal? Like just how do we just solve a problem? That's really just how I look at it. It's kind of like how we all budget our household budgets. I don't think most of us are wealthy, so for most of us, that's going to be a challenge a couple times a year. So I do want to say when we started getting, updates from finance about what we are experiencing and what we have to plan for, I actually I picked up the phone and started calling some local nonprofits. I reached out to small business owners who had received some level of funding from the city over the last couple of years. I reached out to, again, nonprofits who received some level of funding over the years. And I reached out to my constituents in various parts of the district just to kind of hear from folks who might be in the Sandburg area compared to other parts of the district. And from what I'm hearing, folks want people who are experiencing homelessness, right, to have a place to go so they're not loitering, for example, in their areas. They absolutely want traffic enforcement on East Wash. They want it on Portage Road. Those small business owners are thankful for things like the Commercial Ownership Assistance Grant, for example, and they want others to be able to benefit from those kind of programs because they see how beautifully it's allowed their businesses to grow and to be stable. And so I do think we need to have a robust community strategy to inform people, but there's nothing limiting us from beginning that strategy before our, whatever our first date, I think sometime in May. So I just want to encourage people, not to say that you aren't doing it, but I just want to encourage people to engage their folks ahead of anything that the Common Council office staff organizes for us. So,
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel. Oops.
Sorry, I've been put my finger in the button after the thread about community engagement that Alder Harrington McKinney started and Alder Conklin. And I wanted to kind of weigh in on that. I think, and I'm sure we will do it, but I just think we need right away to get an FAQ ready. Because I want to have the quick and easy answer where, well, we just can't cut the BRT. Because as Dave keeps showing us, that won't really change anything because it's on the capital side. So just to help people understand, so they can help us prioritize what's really on the table and what isn't on the table. So that's, like I said, I'm sure that will come, but I just wanted to raise that as part of, because we are going to have our regional meetings. So maybe if we had a handout or something that's sort of like some kind of graphic that's like what it could be, or and I really appreciate the visualization of what things look like a visualization of 180 new trash bins or whatever it is that helps us understand what we're faced with. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Thank you so much. I just kind of want to touch base on a couple of things. One of them is that Alderfield mentioned the CARES program. A lot of my constituents are talking about transit and metro. Those are also contractable services that we can do outreach to have other cities and municipalities contract us out, pay us, give us revenue. What I would love us to think about are ways that we can create other programs that will yield revenue if we are going to think about other programs. And also, when we're thinking about cutting programs or cutting services, I want especially our constituents and all of us to think about, like, if we cut programs for people experiencing homelessness or are unsheltered or are housing unstable, or I can't think of words right now because it's late and I'm tired and I have a bra on for way too long. Facts, truth. There's never too much information with me. It's all out. Okay, so when we're talking about cutting housing programs, think about the campground all around the city. I see it every time I go to Los Angeles. Think about cutting food programs and elderly services. Like, where are people that don't have house or, lose their housing? Granted, I don't want to raise taxes, but I also understand that we have to do something. And people that are on fixed incomes need to have services. If you cut transportation, people won't be able to get to work every day. If we cut parks, people are going to be mad that we don't have park space. They're already, people already want more park space. Everything that we offer are high-level amenities for people, and it shows that, and this is why I love living here, because we care about each other. So we have to put our money where our mouth is, and once again, we are as impacted as everyone else. We're not immune from, well, I don't have a house, so I'm immune from that part. But I mean, I would love to buy a house. I would love to pay taxes. I would pay $300 extra a year if I could, right? I don't think I have a point other than, think about the fact that anything we cut is going to impact you, whether you believe it is or not. And I want to get my bra off, y'all. Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have. Amen. Praise the Lord.
Thank you, Alder. So we do have one Alder in the queue, but they have shared pretty guided, what's the word? They've shared their values and priorities with us more than once. So I am going to kind of wrap up what I have heard. And if Alder, who knows they're in the, well, there's two Alders in the queue. Actually, And now that Alder went away. But I am actually going to defer my comments because Alder Revere just rang in, and I think all of us would benefit from hearing our most seasoned Alder who's been through many of these discussions, and then come back. So Alder Revere.
Thank you for your kind words, President Curry. And at the risk of keeping Alder Martinez Rutherford from getting home, I do feel that it's my duty to share some thoughts with all of you this evening, realizing the hour is, of course, late. But as President Curry alluded to, I have had the honor of having a front row seat to budget making in our government for 29 years now. I've served on the city's finance committee for 20. Thank you. You're all way too kind. The hour's late. But yeah, so for 29 years, I've had the pleasure of serving on the city's finance committee. And so I've had a role in, albeit a very small role compared to whoever the mayor happened to be, or frankly, whoever the comptroller or finance director, as we call them now, happened to be. But I've had a role nonetheless. And I do want to share with all of you just at the outset that from my experience, despite being told repeatedly by mayors, past and present, comptrollers, finance directors, past and present, that it's the worst budget ever, I really believe them this time. This is literally 6 months earlier than I have ever been asked as an alder to start the budget process. 6 months. That's pretty, I think, eye-opening. And I appreciate very much the mayor and finance director and all those, the council leadership that encouraged our early education and input into the dilemma that we're all collectively facing, that our community's facing. So with that said, we've always made it work. I am optimistic that we'll get through this and make it work. Each of those almost 3 decades of budgets that I've been involved with, we've always been able to balance the budgets, and at least all the budgets I've been a part of have not had to make the horrific decision to furlough employees. We've not had to lay off employees. We've kept our robust level of high level of city services that indeed, yes, our constituents have come to know and love and overall are willing to pay for if they can afford to. With all that said, I'll just cut to the chase and think that we do need a combination of actions. I'll get out there right immediately that I obviously will support a referendum. It seems like it's our only option. We've delayed going there the last few years as more and more municipalities, as we heard tonight, have gone there and felt they had no other choice, including some communities here in Dane County have gone the referendum route to deal with these oppressive levy limits imposed by state government. So I do support a referendum, absolutely. And I will very much look forward to options, specific options for the referendum amount being put forward by our tremendous staff. But I do think that we should have a combination of actions. I think it would be a mistake on several fronts to just assume that we've finished our work when we apparently, as Director Schmidtke laid out for us in his presentation tonight, adopt a guidance resolution, not at next council meeting where we're being asked to formally introduce a budget guidance resolution, but at our meeting in April to consider and adopt a guidance resolution if it simply says $27 million projected deficit will be covered by a property tax referendum on the November ballot, and that'll be it. I'm not saying that any of my colleagues have made it that simplistic tonight in your recommendations, but I do think that for a variety of reasons we need a combination of actions. And that means on the revenue side and the expenditure side. I hear what people are saying. I want to get out there at the front as I look at my friends in the green shirts in the gallery that have been here for as long as we have, that I firmly believe that our employees are our greatest asset in city government, bar none. And I want to continue my ability, as I have all the years I've had the privilege of sitting here, to not have to seriously consider furloughs or layoffs, God forbid, even having to consider those actions. But I do think that we owe it to our constituents and frankly politically to be successful in November with the referendum at the ballot box to also try to look at ways to tighten our belts that would not have a direct, clear, measurable impact in service delivery of the services that our community has come to, again, know, love, and rely upon, especially those that are least fortunate in our community. So we can't just say, let's not look at expenditures. And I'm sure the mayor, she's putting together her executive operating budget, or budgets plural, one assuming a referendum is successful and one not, this year would say, no, we're just going to not worry about any sort of efficiencies. Mentioning the history that I've sat here, we have, for example, had hiring freezes as a result of the 2007-2008 recession. The city implemented a hiring freeze, a soft freeze, I'll call it, in 2009. We had a hiring freeze as soon as the pandemic came to our community in 2020, and levels of controls on our spending. And those were successful. So one notion that we have, I don't believe I've heard tonight really talked about, is if things are as bad as we believe they are, perhaps we should seriously consider a soft hiring freeze sooner rather than later this year. And I don't take pleasure suggesting that. And when I say soft freeze, I mean where hiring has to be approved by the mayor, that she given that authority, and review all hiring and see if it really is critical and necessary. And I would say probably in more cases than not, it is necessary. Just to give you one quick example, I'm personally frustrated that at the Madison Senior Center, and we heard from Tom Deschamps, the head of the Senior Center Foundation, hours ago in the testimony, but at the Madison Senior Center, that small, mighty staff, because of retirements and movements to other city agencies, have lost 50% of their staff. So they went from 6.0 FTEs to 3.0 FTEs currently working in the building on West Mifflin Street. And as a result, they have curtailed their public-facing hours to the public. So seniors in our community cannot access the building and the direct services as many hours today as they could a year ago when we had full staffing there. That's an example where if we did have some sort of a hiring freeze, a soft freeze, I wish an exception could be made so that they could return to normal operating hours at the Madison Senior Center sooner rather than later. But that's just an example of the tip of the iceberg if God forbid, we don't have a referendum adopted by our constituents this November, and we have to go through draconian actions like curtailing hours and services at all city agencies. In terms of revenues, some of you that have been here a long time might remember that it was an area that I have particular interest in as a member of the city's finance committee. And I have taken it upon myself to, in prior years, to update our fee schedules, our fines and forfeitures, and try to do a wholesale look. And actually, in some periods, uncovered fees. I'll just give you one example: privilege in streets, encroachments in the public right-of-way, where they had not been looked at in a couple decades, with just ridiculously low amounts of money to occupy public right-of-way. And frankly, since the pandemic, I haven't even considered offering a budget amendment, and I've offered many relating to revenue over the years because of the hardship of the pandemic. But it seems to me, as we're getting away from the pandemic, that it's time that we do look at a cross-section of existing fees. I'm not talking about new special charges. When I say this, it's the existing fees, existing license fees. I still hear somewhat regularly from out of state, out of town business interests, developers, liquor license applicants that relay to me how shockingly low our fees are, our permits are. The one exception is park impact fees. Developers complain about those. But people, I deal with a lot of folks from Illinois, and they're like, are they missing zeros in these in the application fees and so forth? I'm like, no, we're not. So I wish that as we're asking division department heads and their budget contacts to prepare their operating budgets for 2025, their budget request for 2025, that we actually have some sort of a directive that asks them to not just look at expenditure restraint, but to look at revenue side of things and look at the existing, as I look at our wonderful Assistant City Clerk, Eric Christensen here, who's worked here for a long time. They have a chart, as Eric well knows, of all the city clerk fees. I used to go through that year after year pre-pandemic to look at areas that we could increase our revenue that aren't capped by state statute. And again, since the pandemic, we haven't done that. I fully realize that this is perhaps mere pocket change when it comes to looking at our fee structure, our fines and forfeitures that, again, we haven't raised any of any consequence since the pandemic. And I realize equity is a huge issue, a huge concern as I say all this. But it's been said before, and I'll just say it one more time, as someone that is elected to represent downtown residents, those downtown residents are majority renters, and they do pay property taxes through their rent. And I'm just worried that this fall, we will have commercial property owners perhaps wage a campaign against a referendum by arguing, and I hope not, but successfully, that all of you renters in our community, of which at least half of Madison is made up of renters, including disproportionately folks in the 4th Aldermanic District, that you, in effect, are going to be impacted by perhaps not only a municipal referendum, but a school district referendum. If you think your rent's high now, just wait until you see the rent increases in subsequent years. So again, I just think bottom line, it's a mistake to simply have faith that, number one, we can solve all of our dilemmas through a referendum and not consider efficiencies, not consider other revenue sources, and at the same time, assume that the referendum will pass without any difficulty in November, because I think that is a fallacy. So those are just some thoughts from the old geezer here that's been around and seen a lot, and I could go on and on for a long time. But again, I do want to close by appreciating that this is at least a half year earlier than any other budget in the 29 years I've been here, where policymakers outside of the mayor have been asked to weigh in on the budget and the path forward for us. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Alder Revere, and for everyone contributing. There are no alders in the queue, and I know it's late and we still have business ahead of us. So I just want to answer the questions, I think, recap in the way that they were phrased to us, make sure that Director Schmidtke and his staff are kind of clear in direction of where to go next. So in terms of the question around priorities and values, kind of just looking at what were presented and what I just learned previous councils helped draft. So unilaterally or majority, I'm hearing values of providing and consistently providing the highest quality of services possible for the common good of our residents. All of our values are hit on in some type of way or form through comments. Equity in terms of equal outcomes for all. We've heard a couple alders talking about, we understand that this will be an impact, but how can we make it equitable among all of our residents? Civic engagement, a big piece around educating the community, providing FAQ, providing as many resources to not only share what we have learned, but also take into account the experiences of our constituents and the public, and that helping inform our decisions. The value of well-being, creating a community where everyone can thrive and feel safe. I think that blends hand in hand to both the services that are provided as well as the impacts to livelihood or being a resident of Madison or a potential resident of Madison or leaving as a resident of Madison. Shared prosperity came up a lot, especially economic success and being able to create a community where we're able to achieve that everyone has a fair chance to. Economic and fiscal stewardship, I think, has run deep in the emails, the communications that we're getting, but also the historic input of how councils before us have passed budgets that have ultimately landed us in this position today. And then I'm reading from our budget book, but going down to our service promise, involving those who are impacted before making decisions, stands loud and clear. Collaborating with others to learn, improve, and solve problems. So in terms of the solutions that I'm hearing, I starred ones that I heard a lot, but I think I didn't hear anyone say that they were totally against a referendum and they would fight to tooth and nail to prevent that. I heard reluctance, but I think overall, what we heard tonight was that alders have embraced the fact that we are gonna at least need to ask the public to help us weigh in on if we can increase that levy limit. I know our decision isn't putting a number to that, but I think overwhelmingly we heard that either 27 million to bridge the gap that we have now or even more, or a combination of a number high enough to get us out of our issue right now, but also with other plans in place. And so going back to Alder Uguier talking about a 3-year plan and having a tiered approach, bringing back the fact that Director Schmidtke did say if we go to referendum and referendum fails, we will have to rebuild a new budget. And unilaterally or majority appreciating, honoring, wanting to honor in our actions and our words the hard work that city staff do to provide the high quality services that our residents that we've all come to expect. With all that being said, and seeing that Director Schmidtke, looks like we lost you a couple times, it's late. Do you all have enough direction to go forward?
Thank you, Council President Curry. Yes, we do, and thank you so much for all the feedback and dialogue on this. I think there's quite a bit here we can work with to take the next steps that we talked about.
Thank you. Thank you so much again for all of the information and even information and presence at these meetings coming up to help us educate our constituents and the public. I also, just before I close, want to thank the city staff who are here with us because they have items on the agenda that we still have to hear. So thank you, HR Director Hilson, Street Superintendent Romine, Park Superintendent Knapp, as well as the folks from AFSCME and the folks who are following us online that I can't see and will not thank all together. But thank you, thank you, thank you. This is what is going to matter. We have to come together to create solutions to hard issues, but this is the start. So thank you. And with that, I will entertain a motion to take us out of closed session. Committee of the Whole, I'm sorry, see? But also, I will preface that with the mayor needs some time to rejoin us, so if we could, oh, all right, hello there, Mayor. All right, we have a motion on the table, do I have a second? Second. And unless I see or hear otherwise, I will assume unanimous consent to take us out of Committee of the Whole. All right, adjourned, thank you all.
All right. I think before we go any farther, a motion to reconvene the council meeting.
Moved and seconded to reconvene. Is there any objection? Alder Harrington McKinney, is that an objection?
So could you please let me know when I can?
Yep.
Okay.
Alder Healy? Okay, we just need to come back and then we can, I'll take both of you. All right, so seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote to come back out of our recess, and I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Conklin. Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry. Alder Curry is present. It's here. Alder Duncan. Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Ugar. Alder Ugar is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox is excused. Alder Latimer Burris. Alder Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison. Alder Madison is present. Again. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Miadze. Alder Miadze is present. Alder Rummel. Alder Rummel is present. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I'm still awake. I'm here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitiver. Alder Vitiver is present. Owahelia. Alder Owahelia is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. So Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like for the record to show or reflect the excellent manner in which our president conducted this committee of the whole. So, yes.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wehealy?
A motion for 10 minutes break.
There's a motion to take a 10-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second to take a 10-minute recess. Alder Harrington McKinney?
I object. What is the proper
It's been moved and seconded. There will not be unanimous consent. So we can do a roll call.
No, just record me as a no.
We'll record Alder Harrington McKinney as voting no.
Me too.
And Alder Bennett is voting no. Is there any objection to recording a vote of 2 noes and, what is that, 17 yeses? Seeing no objection, a 10-minute recess passes. We'll be back at 6 after the hour. Call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Conklin, present, good. Alder Curry. Alder Curry, present. Alder Duncan. Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Ugair. Alder Ugair is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox is still excused. Alder Latimer Burris. Alder Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Alder Martinez Rutherford is indeed pleasant. Alder Miadze. We'll catch him. Alder Rummel. Alder Rummel is present. Alder Tischler.
Yep, I'm here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitever. Alder Vitever is present. Alder Wahelia. Alder Wahelia is present. Alder Bennett.
I'm here.
Alder Bennett is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, so what I'd like to propose is we had we had two items where speakers had registered but did not show up. And then we had two items where speakers were registered, but they were in support of the item. And those are items 12, 14, 19, and 54. Is there objection to taking a motion on all four items to adopt? The items would be 12, which is the assessments for Knutson Drive and Green Avenue, 14, which is the assessments for West Wash and South Henry Street, 19, which is the change of license conditions that the gentleman spoke about for his business, and then 54, which is the PFAS treatment contract. Is there any objection to taking those four items up together? Seeing no objection, President Curry, a motion to adopt those four items?
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt items 12, 14, 19, and 54. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Seeing none of either, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of those items? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of items 12, 14, 19, and 54. That will take us to item 13, which is Legistar 82080, approving the plans, specifications, and schedule assessments for Rutledge Street Reconstruction Assessment District. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 13. Are there questions for staff? Is there discussion? Seeing none of either, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 13? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 13. And that will take us to item 15. Item 15 is a substitute amending Chapter 28 of the Madison's General Ordinances to clarify various underground and site parking requirements. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. On item 15, are there questions for staff? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. So Zoning Administrator Bannon, thank you for staying with us this late tonight, and we'll try to be quick. Since the comments from the registrant who joined us were pretty similar to those that the Plan Commission heard in our meeting last week, I wanted to ask you the same question that I asked you in a Plan Commission meeting last week. Just to discuss with us, or describe to us, if you don't mind, what, if any, policy shifts are in this set of changes versus clarifications or minor non-substantive rewording.
Yep, go ahead, Administrator Bannon.
Thank you. So, other than clarifying this longstanding interpretation and application that some provisions in the zoning code are specific to surface parking, there's a couple more minor policy things. So one is that there are few zoning districts where restrictions about the location of parking is changed from being about the front facade to the primary street facing facade. over time, there's been a shift to focus some regulations, primarily more aesthetic related regulations, to be about the primary facade rather than the front facade. So making these changes makes it in line with other standards like window and door openings and transit-oriented development design related requirements that also relate to the primary facade. There's also a couple definitions added. One in particular to mention is the primary street definition. So this is adding a definition that's consistent with how staff has applied what a primary street is. And it's something we've heard from developers that they would like that in the code. So it's more transparent. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you. Thank you, Zoning Administrator Bannon. Can you help us understand what you would respond to Mr. Saludos when he says, you know, I, in my notes say, making parking legal on the first floor and in the NMX, no minimum requirement for mixed use. Now, maybe they're not changes, but can you just explain to us our goals for these kind of districts? And you know, he was saying that he didn't really want parking to cover up most of a first floor in a mixed-use building.
Yeah, sure. Our mixed-use districts do require some commercial. Today, that's not specific how large of a commercial or non-residential area, and that would not be changing with this code change. Like I said, it's more of a clarification. These districts, we do want mixed use. That's why they're called mixed-use districts. We have been approving for, since 2013 when this new zoning code came into place. Many projects that have underbuilding or structured parking. And those have been, approved throughout that over 10-year period of time with no concerns. Of course, we can go back now and we can think about a change in policy, but that's not really what is proposed as part of this code change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, questions?
Yeah, I guess when we were making changes to this, the NMX, why did we not, if we wanted to have, mixed use, why did we not stress more what the percentage would be for, I guess, for shops, retail, stuff like that?
I think is something we could consider in a future code change, but it wasn't really the focus of what this code change was trying to accomplish, which was really clarifying what provisions in the zoning code apply to surface parking versus more structured or underbuilding parking.
Okay, because the way it reads right now, I think it's from residents, it is confusing. So maybe we it's late now, but maybe we can come back and revisit that in a future time.
Thank you, Alder. It might be useful to have a little bit of context here, and certainly Directors Wachter or Stouter could speak to this as well, but we did have a strong emphasis on requiring first floor commercial uses in buildings for a period of time, and I don't remember the specifics, but again, staff may, of what was in the code or what the requirements were, but we had a very strong emphasis on asking buildings to have first floor commercial uses. And what we found was that they were building them and they were sitting vacant. And so we were over creating first floor commercial space, which was actually having a more detrimental impact on neighborhoods than having residential first floor space or whatever parking uses might be anticipated. So I think there's a policy reason for moving away from an absolute requirement of first floor commercial in all buildings in these districts. And so it is certainly something we can revisit, but I think that's the historical context here. I don't know, Director Stouter, you turned your camera on if you wanted to add anything. Oh, there you go.
Only that since 2013, there has been a provision in the zoning code that allows for smaller commercial spaces as a conditional use. And so when the zoning code was adopted back in 2013, in order to move forward as a permitted use, as a mixed use building, one would have to have a hefty amount of commercial space, or at least a certain percentage of the street frontage would need to be commercial. Anything less than that would need to be a conditional use. So that's been the case since 2013, and that really isn't changing at all today with this provision, which really focuses more on the distinction between parking types, surface and structured parking.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, then item 15 has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to explain briefly. So the recent court decision revealed to me that we had an ambiguity in a section of the parking rules in our zoning code. The parking regulation that apparently has only ever been applied to service parking was in this case applied to within building structured parking within the decision, because that ordinance as currently written does not specify that it applies to surface parking only. Ambiguity in the zoning code isn't good for anybody. Therefore, I asked staff to work on a solution clarifying the applicability of our parking ordinances, and that's what's before us. The registrant that we heard from earlier did raise other concerns he has with the zoning code, such as the minimum commercial space requirements in mixed-use zoning, but the proposal before us does not address that issue either way. The Plan Commission was comfortable with this change to the zoning code and recommended passage with unanimous approval.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 15? Alder Tischler?
Just put me as no on this one.
We'll record Alder Tischler as voting no. Alder Latimer Burris? And Alder Rummel? All right, so that will be 3 no votes and 16 aye votes. Is there any objection to recording that vote? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And that will take us to item 34. Item 34 is Legistar 81826, approving plans and specifications for public improvements necessary for the project known as 808 Melvin Court, authorizing construction to be undertaken by the developer. On item 34, Alder Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
Yeah, so this is in my district. Oh, are we where we can make commentary? Are we at that point?
Questions first, but I don't see any other alders in queue, so if you have discussion, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is in my district, and I am not against the building. I'm supporting 82371, which is related to the funding. What I'm upset about, and I'm not happy about, is the way that this got introduced into the neighborhood, and then through the process, disengaged community. And if we continue to do that, that's going to cause a ruckus. So I don't like it that it was a struggle to get here and to help folks get here. They're concerned about parking in their neighborhood. And I don't like that the information, even for me to get as an alder, has been convoluted. I don't feel like that it feels like, and maybe it's not true, that the community somehow their input is being slightly disregarded or without direct explanation or transparency. I don't like that we as a community, we ask the community to be involved, they raise their concerns, and then we give the appearance of closing our ears or don't pass on the information. In this situation, there was another developer, Gorman and Company, that was going to build units there. The community came out and said, we like the project, we're concerned about parking and you changing parking so much that it impacts us, which it is going to. I live in the neighborhood. And then somehow that file didn't get passed along, and then somehow it went through the process, and by the time that the developers acknowledged the issue, it was already at UDC, and UDC was saying, we can't do anything about it. So I do believe that we can do better. And I don't like to hear from staff, which I talked to today, that in this specific example, as a developer, let's say I'm Amani Incorporated, I'm not sure that everybody knows this, that I can put up a 200-unit building with no parking at all, and there's nothing that really can be said or done about it, because we don't, under our new laws, we don't have, it can be done. So I think it's not so much about the end result as it is about the engagement and about getting feedback and passing that feedback along. And then also, when we're not going to do something, simply saying to our community, we're not going to do anything. I don't have my speech down because I'm tired, but in this case at 3100 East Washington, parking by the developer will not be addressed. And all the questions that the neighborhood has been asking and I've been chasing around for 2 months, we don't have solutions yet. And traffic is going to overflow into the neighborhood. And it is going to be an interruption. And there was I acknowledge one opportunity to address it on October 7th. And I don't know what happened at planning, if they addressed it or they didn't, but I do know that I found out from digging through, including doing a triage with Alder Rummel, that this community had been complaining about the exact same issues, a year before, and a year before I even got into office. So I think that we can do better. I don't want to go in this direction where we either have to start drilling down on all the ordinances to build trust and to make sure that everything's clear. And I don't want to restrict the building. I just don't want it to become like too bad, so sad for the neighborhood, which is happening right now on 3100 East Washington. So I wanted to put in my 2 cents there. I acknowledge the developer is doing some of the 192 units, 139 will have parking. So we'll be at a 70% rate. I know that we're doing the BRT, and some people believe that we should get rid of our cars and take the bus and ride our bicycles, which I don't disagree with either of those modes of transportation. But I think we got to be careful not to get so far away from the neighborhood that we miss ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any additional discussion on item 34? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 34. And that will take us to item 62, which is Legistar 81915, a resolution amending the Metro Transit operating budget to provide additional contracted services for regional partners. On item 62, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. We'll do questions for staff first. Alder Tischler?
Zoom wasn't working when I first logged in, so I have to do the disclosure that I do work at the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Thank you, Alder. That's noted. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions for staff?
Madam Mayor, I had this excluded. I did talk with Tom Litch on the break, and he's going to provide information that the constituent had questions about. So I'm withdrawing.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions on item 62? If not, is there any discussion? If not, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Tischler?
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Alder Tischler will be noted as abstaining. With that abstention, is there any objection? Seeing none, that will be a 18 ayes and 1 abstention. All right. That will take us to item 68. Item 68 is Legistar 81957, authorization for the Directors of Human Resources and Finance to administratively approve changes to positions within the annual approved operating budgets as allowed with the adoption of the newly revised City of Madison personnel rules. On item 68, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 68. Are there questions for staff? Is there discussion? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I move an amendment. The amendment would be to add at the foot of the resolution the following additional, therefore be it resolved clause. It reads as, quote, "Be it finally resolved that the Human Resources Director will provide a report on a quarterly basis to the Finance Committee and Personnel Board, including all administratively approved personnel changes and reclassification denials."
Thank you, Alder. That's a motion. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Are there questions on the amendment? Is there discussion on the amendment? Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On that specific amendment, when I read, it is anticipated that most position changes and reallocations will be under the $25,000 threshold. And then further in that file, it says modifications must result in less than a total of $25,000. And so I want to make sure that the $25,000 is the threshold.
Director Hilson?
Thank you. Yes, $25,000 is the threshold under which we would be able to make those changes administratively. There are also those other three other conditions there related to when we would do that. Mostly, this would remove those items from the Finance Committee agenda that are really routine and reclassifications that are part of classification series that are anticipated and standard in specific timeframes and that sort of thing.
Okay, good. That was my question, that I wanted to make sure that it was very clear that the $25,000 was the threshold under 20. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any additional questions or discussion? We're on the Verveer amendment. Alder Verveer, did you wish to speak to your amendment?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Appreciate it. Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the Verveer amendment? Seeing no objection, that amendment is adopted and the item as amended is before us. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the item as amended? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And that will take us to item 69, which is Legistar 81961, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute an amendment to the use agreement for Warner Park Stadium. On item 69, a motion, please, President Curry.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 69. Are there questions for staff on item 69? Seeing no questions, is there any discussion? Alder Miadze.
Just wanted to ask Eric what the physical impact of this project.
Superintendent Knapp, do you want to speak to the project, please?
Certainly. Happy to do so. So the project in total, the relationship with the Mallards goes back quite a number of years at this point. What's before you right now, at this point, is an amendment that would do a number of things. The reason it is before you right now, and the reason it was negotiated over the last few months, is related to the opportunity to bring the first of its kind Women's Collegiate Summer League softball to Madison, which they will be one of four teams of the initial Northwoods League softball league. It's pretty exciting. Minot, I'm blanking. It's a little bit early. But no, North Dakota is one of them. I plan to go there and watch a softball game because I've never been there. But what would need to happen is the field currently is a baseball stadium, one of our 2 baseball fields in the entire park system. So this would convert it to make it a multi-use facility by installation of turf and corresponding movable elements to make it viable for both. This agreement also pushes the entirety of the scheduling and the high schools and other folks who use the fields onto the Mallards at their cost. It does increase the term of the length of the agreement, which would allow higher recovery. It also increases the amount of credits if they continue to invest in the facilities. So the financials of our deal, just for a very, very simple explanation, the way we operate this stadium is we have a partner who we push as much capital and operational cost onto as possible to insulate the taxpayers from the expenditures. You will hear of other stadium deals. I can assure you the deal in Lafayette, Indiana that you have heard about tonight is a worse deal for taxpayers. To get that $150,000, they spent $20 million. I'll let you do the math. It's not very good. So we have spent less than $1 million at the stadium over the last 10 years. Unfortunately, as I'm sure Mr. Stinman and his folks are watching at home tonight, we probably are going to spend less than $1 million the next 10 years too. But we have a good, trusted partner who's going to continue to provide quality fan experiences for the folks there, continuously working to engage with the neighborhoods. Not perfectly, no neighborhood's monolithic, as the alders know, but they work with them. They listen to us when we tell them to do that, and that's kind of where we are. No partnership is perfect, but I think it's a good one, and I think this brings a unique new opportunity to Madison at no additional cost to taxpayers.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
No.
All right. Seeing none, is there any discussion on item 69? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor. That brings us to the end of the list, folks. Alder Conklin, it is your turn.
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned.
Booyah.